program on instructional delivery, which is a part of instruction planning and delivery, and it consists of 4 modules. The 4 modules include instructional planning as the first module, instructional delivery, the second module, student evaluation, third module, and the fourth module of the program is communication skill. Now, this program, which we are going to have for the next 5 days, that is from 13th to 17th October 2014, focuses on the second module, that is instructional delivery. Just to inform the audience about the institute, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, earlier known as Technical Teachers Training Institute, was set up in the year 1967 with collaboration with the Royal Netherlands government, and that association continued up to 7 to 8 years, and after that the institution was completely funded by MHRD, Government of India. Recognizing the services provided by the institute to the technical education, the institute was accorded a National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research status in the year 2003, and it is ISO 9001-2008 certified institution, and the vision of the institute is to be a lead resource institute for in building excellence in technical education. And this is one of the 4 institutes in the country. Another one institute is at Kolkata, another at Chennai, and the third one is at Bhopal. And all these 4 institutions primarily cater to their regions, and Kolkata Eastern region, Bhopal Western region, and Chennai is catering to the southern region, and NITR Chandigarh is catering to the northern region, which comprised of 8 states and 1 union territory. The broad objectives of this institute include providing professional development training to teachers of engineering and technology, and strive for continuous improvement in instruction and research, and actively support the growth and quality improvement in technical education in India. And as I said, the clientele of the institute is 8 states, 1 union territory. So we are catering to the needs of technical education system, primarily in Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Chandigarh, the union territory, Haryana, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Uttaranchal. And the institute undertakes 5 major activities, which include education and training programs, and we offer long-term training programs as well as short-term training programs. There are 6 areas in which long-term training programs, that is master's degree programs, are being offered by the institute. And these programs include Masters in Computer Science and Engineering, Construction Technology, then we have Instrumentation and Control, then Electronics and Communication Engineering, and Manufacturing Technology. And the 6th area in which master's degree programs are offered is Engineering Education, which is a combination of educational technology and educational management. And these programs are offered on 2 modalities. One is we offer regular contact-based program, which is of 2 years duration, and we are affiliated to Punjab University, Chandigarh. The same program is offered on a modular basis, where the teachers are joining us in summer and winter vacation, and during the summer vacation 2 courses of study are offered. In the winter vacation also 2 courses of study are offered, and this way They continue for 3 years. The 12 papers are completed by the students, and then they take up for 6 months their thesis work. So the duration almost goes to 3.5 years. And this has been a very unique initiative which was taken up in the year 2004, and we started offering modular training program to the technical teachers, because this program was designed especially to meet the training requirements of technical teachers, and thus majority of the seats are reserved for technical teachers. In addition to that, we do have the provision for having candidates from industry and fresh graduates, which the seats are very limited. And then we offer short-term training programs in a wide variety of areas. And we have 14 departments in the institute, comprising of all 5 major engineering and technology departments: civil, electrical, mechanical, computer science, and electronics. And in addition to that, there are a large number of departments which are catering to the requirements, like curriculum development. Then we have media design and development, education television, education and education management, and continuing education, and so on, entrepreneurship development. And these 14 departments organize almost 400 to 500 programs annually, which the duration of these programs vary from 1 week to 3 weeks duration. And these programs are organized either at NITTR, or these programs are organized at the technical institutions to meet the staff development needs of the teachers working in the system. In addition to these programs, as you are all aware, that in 2012, from September, we started offering the programs through ICT. To begin with, the Institute ventured into offering induction training program through ICT, which was a mandate given to us by MHRD Government of India to train 20,000 teachers, whether they are the freshers or the experienced ones. And the primary purpose of those programs was to bring qualitative improvement into teaching, learning, and evaluation in technical institutions. And after that, that is in 2013, the Institute started offering content matter updating programs in the area of engineering and technology through ICT. And since then, a large number of programs have been organized, and this year, that is 2014 and 15, the Institute has almost 76 programs which are to be offered through ICT. And to share with all of you a good experience which we had in offering program through ICT, that we were able to train only 5,000 teachers annually before we started integrating technology in training of teachers. And in 12-13, we could train almost 10,000 teachers. Last year, it was around 15,000, and this year we have kept the target to achieve 20,000 target of training teachers. And this has been possible only through the vision which the director of the Institute, Dr. M.P. Punya, had. And he tried to set the benchmark for other faculty and staff of the Institute by organizing and taking the lead himself to organize program through ICT. And with this, we have been able to cut down the cost per trainee, as well as a large number of teachers at one particular institution are able to benefit from a particular program. And if changes are to be initiated at the technical institute level, it is only a critical mass, which is required to bring a change in the technical education system. And that is now possible because majority of the staff members are getting benefited out of the programs which are being organized by NITTR through ICT. The second major activity which we undertake is curriculum development. And there is a special department in the institute which design and develop the curricula especially for polytechnic education system, but customized curricula are designed for other institutions which are autonomous, or the universities when they invite, we try to collaborate with them to design the curriculum. Even for the All India Council for Technical Education, the curricula, standard curriculum, which are available on the website of All India Council for Technical Education, they have been designed by the institute. The other departments of the institute, they collaborate with curriculum development cell at the institute to design and develop the curricula. In addition to designing the curricula, the institute tries to develop both print and non-print instructional resources to facilitate the instruction in the technical institutions. And under the print, we develop readers, modules, textbooks, laboratory manuals, and as far as the non-print material is concerned, video films form a major chunk of the non-print material, and we have been able to launch a web portal that is called Nitter Chandigarh Technology Enabled Learning, that is NCTEL. The link is available on the Nitter Chandigarh site, and all those video recorded lectures which have been delivered till date through ICT, they are available to the technical teachers as well as the students, and they can have free access to those recorded lectures. And we have also the video films which are also screened on Gyan Darshan, and we are also trying to telecast our relay our programs on Gyan Vani for the benefit of technical education system on the whole. And instructional material development, the catalog is also available on the website, and anybody interested in procuring a copy of the print or non-print resources can also obtain by making a request to the concerned department. Fourth major activity includes research and development, and two types of research activities are undertaken by the faculty of the institute, and these include the research in the area of engineering and technology, and second component of this is research in the area of technical education. And we also try to undertake consultancy projects and the sponsored projects, and many of our departments have now taken up sponsored projects from Department of Science and Technology, All India Council for Technical Education, project under National Mission on Education through ICT, and also the Ministry of Social Justice and Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. And the faculty is trying to contribute to have research in the area of engineering and technology. Large number of studies are being undertaken by the teachers in the area of technical education, starting from status studies to impact studies as well as the tracer studies. And then we do offer extension services to the technical institutions, to the directorates of technical education, boards of technical education, universities, and also MHRD, Government of India whenever it is required, All India Council for Technical Education, and so on. And these are customized services being offered to the technical education system in the region. So these are primarily 5 major activities because we use extension and consultancy services together. And over the years, we have seen there has been phenomenal growth and expansion of technical education system. And at present, if you have a look at how the growth has taken place, we have almost 34.4 lakh students in the system who undertake undergraduate program or PG programs, maybe at the Polytechnic or the degree level or the universities. And the intake over a period of time has increased in the programs from starting with 30 seats in each program, and now we have almost 60 to 80 seats available in the various programs. This phenomenal expansion has not accompanied by the qualitative improvement that was desired in the system, and thus I would first take up this that India wanted to emerge as a developed nation by 2020, and it has already ushered into knowledge economy, and National Knowledge Commission was set up with the primary purpose to promote knowledge acquisition, imparting, creation and sharing of knowledge. And then it was also envisioned that we would like to be a nation which doesn't have anyone below the poverty line. At present, about 26 to 27% of our population is below poverty. And there has been gross enrollment ratio of the system, which is around 21% at present. And Government of India now has raised the target from 30% to 38% to be achieved by 2020 and 50% by 2040. And another vision which has been set up is to produce globally competitive employable workforce. At present, the acceptability of our technical graduates is quite low, and the surveys which have been carried out, whether it was NASSCOM survey or it was Aspiring Minds private assessment survey or it has been the World Bank study, all have pointed out that the acceptability of the product from the technical institution is quite low, and the competences which are sought after by the world of work or the industry in particular, we are not able to develop. And these include a host of generic skills which comprise of leadership, creativity, interpersonal skills, ability to work in teams, and so on. And our students have been found to lack these skills, which are very much looked after by the world of work. And if someone has to contribute effectively, a student needs to possess all these skills when he joins the world of work, because no industry is in a position to provide training for 6 months or 3 months, though they are providing training, but they are not aiming to develop provide time for this kind of training because they require job ready employable students. So keeping in view the vision which the country has, the institute has initiated number of new activities, and these new initiatives, if you can have a look at the slide, you will agree with me that since 2012 we have been into integration of technology in teacher training, which I have given you the data that we could increase the number of teachers trained from 5,000 to 15,000 up to 2014, and the target is 20,000 this year. In addition to that, the institute has tried to strengthen its ties with institutions of higher learning, and we have been able to sign memorandum of understandings with MNIT Jaipur, NIT Jalandhar, NIT Delhi, PTU, then HPTU, that is Himachal Pradesh Technical University Hamirpur, and number of state boards of technical education and directorates to strengthen the system of technical education and also optimally utilize the expertise and resources which are available in the technical education system at various levels. And then the focus has been to generate e-content, and in this direction, the NCTEL portal has been launched by the Institute, and Institute has also taken up the project of developing e-content for the polytechnic system, because NPTEL provides resources at the graduation level. So large number of resources are available in various areas of engineering and technology. But as far as polytechnic system is concerned, under the EduSat, number of resources were prepared, but those are available in the form of recorded lectures. Now the focus is to develop subject related or content related on a large scale. So the institute has taken up 5 subjects, and the institute is trying to identify the experts in those areas to develop e-content, and these will be freely available to the technical education system. In addition to that, the institute has taken a leap towards offering program at the international level. In December 2014 and January, 2 programs in the area of entrepreneurship are lined up, which will be at the international level, and various countries will be connecting to us through video conferencing or through Google Hangout for the benefit of the technical education system. Then we have also started some of the programs for the students, because the ultimate benefit of any staff development or professional training which is given to the teachers, that must percolate to the level of the students, and they should be able to transfer that knowledge and skills to the students. And we try to contribute our might by offering direct programs for the students, because communication skills is one area in which our students have been found to have be lacking. So we have started offering one-day program for the students, either in the area of communication skills or trying to provide them the knowledge and skills with respect to how to write job resume, how to appear in the interview, how to appear in the group discussion, which forms part of the selection procedures. And the communication skill program, which is organized for the teachers, the Friday program is designed in such a manner that these 3 topics are covered. That is appearing in interview, group discussion, and writing a job resume. And on that day, students of final year of various branches, they can also join us in the program and get benefit from that program. Then designing and offering massive online open courses. This is the latest initiative which Government of India has taken up, and IIT Bombay is coordinating this whole program, and NITR Chandigarh has been selected as one of the 12 institutions to begin with, which will be offering massive online open courses. The institute is bound to offer 3 programs through online. Then strengthening of resources and facilities, a major initiative which Dr. Punia has taken up. He has tried to have the world-class infrastructure and resources at NITTR, and he is of the opinion that this should be the dream institution of the technical teachers who come to us, and they would like to have the same replicated in their institutes. And another major initiative is the sponsored and consultancy projects which are taken up by the institute. So friends, this is all about the institute, which that is NITR. Now let me just give you a brief about the program which we are going to have on instructional delivery. When we talk in terms of that India envisions to have the gross enrollment ratio, that is 38% by the year 2020, then lot of emphasis have to be laid upon improving the quality of instruction, because the students which we are getting into the technical education system, their quality has declined over a period of time, and the processes, curriculum and instructional processes which are used in the system, they transform the input into the output. And if your curriculum and instructional processes are of desired quality, then the desired quality of output can be obtained from the system. But at present, the question arises, are we here in the system to stuff the mind of the people with information, which most of us are doing? We are repeating the same information to our students which is already available to them through multiple sources. And the aim of education is not to stuff the mind, but to train the mind so that it is able to think for itself. We need to develop higher level abilities of ability to analyze, ability to evaluate, ability to create, uh, and ability to solve problems, which is very, very essential for any thinking mind. And it is not surely the stuffing of the mind with the information which is already available. And now a learner has an access to number of sources, and students cannot be treated as passive listeners. They are getting information which needs to be analyzed, then evaluated, and then applied whenever the situation calls for. So a teacher in today's context has to rethink how a student learns. The students are more tech savvy as compared to the teachers, and they are utilizing technology for accessing the information from multiple sources. They are always on the chat with the group. Can we try to exploit this potential which lies within our students? Can we think of designing instructional systems whereby we try to channelize the energy and the potential which our students possess rather than the abilities or the capabilities which a teacher possess? So a teacher now has to rethink how to design instruction, and we need to tap multiple sources. At present, if I try to look at the classroom instruction, it is primarily lecture dominated, because this is considered to be the most easiest way of interacting with the students, and it requires less time for preparation. But if we have to integrate multiple media, multiple instructional strategies, then we have to put in a lot of effort to find out what actually would work best for a given subject, for a given topic, for a given situation, and for a given set of students. Because in education, there is no prescription which can be given that this is the right method. If you use this, this will work best in the given situation. A teacher has always to innovate himself to find out the strategies which work best for a given subject, for a given set of students, for a given set of situation. At the same time, we have to think of the, as you are also aware, in the month of June, the country has become a permanent signatory to the Washington Accord. And under that, Tier 1 institutions come under the fold of accreditation, which has become mandatory. And in times to come, other institutions which are offering other programs, it will be mandatory for them to seek accreditation. And if we are looking for international recognition of qualification and facilitate the mobility of our technical graduates across the globe, then we have to think of the learning outcomes, the course outcomes, that what a student can do rather than what he knows. The whole focus would shift from I know to I can. That means what I can do for the industry or what I can do for the society, and the instructional processes as well as the assessment strategies, they need to be changed and redesigned. In nutshell, what Dr. Punya has been focusing on, that the whole technical education system should now focus on the minds on developing the practical skills, that is ability to perform, ability to do among the students, so that they can apply the learned knowledge and skills in the day-to-day life as well as the world of work, and solve the life problems of the society. Minds on, where we are thinking of developing higher level abilities among our students. So minds on means when you are able to solve the problem, you are able to analyze, evaluate, create, and hearts on means sensitizing our students towards the problems of the society. It is not only that they are going to earn their livelihood, but they are going to improve the quality of life of the people within the country. So if we have to see the goal of education, which is holistic development of the students, that's what we say, that the learning outcomes of any education system fall in three categories. That is the cognitive. If you look at this, the very first, the brown pyramid, which gives you the levels of learning in the cognitive domain, which is concerned with acquisition of information. And you can see that we start with the lowest level of learning at the remembering, which only requires rote memorization on the part of the learner, to understanding, where a person can explain, interpret, infer, or derive relationships, and then ability to apply. That means whatever rules are learned in a particular technical subject, they are applied in a real life situation. Then ability to identify the factors that lead to a particular phenomena or particular consequences, ability to locate faults or the errors or the problems, then ability to evaluate, where a person has the ability to select a particular technique, a particular method, a particular way of doing the things based upon their pros and cons. So evaluation requires all the remaining, the lower level abilities of remembering, understanding, applying, and analyzing, and the highest level of ability which is required on the part of student is ability to create. That is creating. That means maybe designing an engine for a given specification of a vehicle, or designing a staircase for a building, or maybe designing the various components, or designing a layout of the lab which is to be set up in the institution. This is nothing but creating, highest level of ability. When it comes to hands-on, again there are various levels which are to be initiated by providing conditions which are conducive for learning. And skill learning has 5 different levels, that is IMPAN in nutshell. Imitation, because every skill learning starts with imitation. If it is a complex skill, somebody needs to demonstrate that skill to the novice, and then the novice only imitates. And when he is allowed to manipulate, handle the machinery, equipment, and tools on his own, the person commits large number of errors. And precision comes in only with adequate practice. Once the precision comes in, the question of coordination comes in. The person can perform the different acts, but it is very difficult for him to coordinate the various acts. So articulation is with the prolonged practice. And the last stage comes in is the naturalization, where the person develops the ability to adapt, modify, design certain new techniques of doing the same work. The third category of objectives fall in the affective domain. That is, you see the green pyramid here, that comprises of all your attitudes, values, and all your soft skills, which we have been now emphasizing. And here again the levels are there, that receiving, responding, valuing, organizing, and characterizing. So this is in nutshell that we have minds on, hands on as the blue one, and then affective domain. A teacher is expected to achieve objectives in all these three domains if we have to fulfill the goal of education, that is holistic development of our students. And at present, if I just compare what is happening and what needs to be done, the whole system of education is teacher-centered. The teacher makes the decision what to teach, how to teach, when to evaluate, how to involve the students. The requirement of the changing context is the student cannot be treated as an empty vessel. He is the person who is to bring change in his own behavior. And unless and until the student becomes the center of education, changes cannot be facilitated. And he or she needs to be involved in decision making at the appropriate level. Greater involvement, greater independence, and this will result in greater accountability on the part of the student for his own learning. Student has to be actively involved. He cannot be only made to listen in the classes, but he has to look and participate in activities which lead to the attainment of objectives. The method of instruction must shift from lectures to small group interactions like group discussions, seminars, presentations, demonstrations, tutorials, project-based learning, problem-based learning, role plays, and so on, if we really want to empower our students to acquire the learning. Emphasis has to shift thus from independent learning, just listening, to collaborative learning, because this is the requirement of the industry. Whatever projects are undertaken by the industry, they are accomplished either through cross-functional teams, multidisciplinary teams. So people are working in teams, and the industry has pointed out that our students lack this ability to work in teams because the instructional processes are geared towards independent learning. Then higher level abilities, they are to be developed. And one thing I would say that you all must have seen a slide which is available on the YouTube that is death by PowerPoint. And majority of us are now in the habit of taking along in the class the PowerPoint presentation. But many of us lack how to utilize the PowerPoint presentation. The whole matter which I am going to discuss, I'm going to explain, that is written on the PowerPoint, and the teacher is just reading the PowerPoint word by word. This is not what is involved in teaching learning. It is an aid which is for the facility of the teacher and the student. But can we use this PowerPoint to our advantage and to the advantage of our students? We use it for animation, simulation, graphical representation, or just giving the visual representation of ideas. Can we use that? Can we think of integrating media rather than simply using the media for teaching learning? Integration means when I take a video clip, I raise pertinent questions before I screen the video. And then at the end of the video, I ask the students to deliberate and come out with the answers to those questions. This is integration. Just showing a video is not sufficient. So can we evolve new ways of integration of media where our students are actually actively involved in the process of learning rather than simply seeing and then we don't interact with them on those issues? The evaluation process must also shift its focus from written tests to multiple techniques. Written test is one component. We have oral test, we have performance test, we have the self-inventories, and we have sociometry techniques. And now it is an area where we need to look into the rubrics and portfolios, the newer techniques of evaluation. Because if we have to evaluate our students in group discussion on communication skills, on presentation skills, etc., rubrics are needed for objective assessment of our students. Portfolio assessment refers to that when we are concerned with the collection of sample of best work done by a student. Because if he has submitted best assignment, 3 assignment, which is the best one? That is his capability, not the one where he gets 6 marks, but the one where he gets 8 to 9 marks in the assignment. The class test, the best performance of the student, the project which he has accomplished during the period of 4 years, and the best one. So we are trying to highlight the potential of our students, the strengths of our students to the industry or to the society, rather than telling them that this is 90 marks and this much he knows, but what he can do. That is not actually evident from that. The focus must shift from the teacher evaluation to self-evaluation and peer evaluation. Because I have tried this technique in the class at master's level, obviously, and it has worked well. It has proved more beneficial because when a student is making a seminar presentation, all other students, they are trying to critically examine, and I divide the class into small groups of 5 to 6 students, and then one group is making a presentation, the other 5 are trying to evaluate the performance of that group. At the end, I get 6 evaluation, the self-evaluation of the group, and 5 other evaluation, and I give average rating to based upon those 6 evaluation to the students. Students remain satisfied and their evaluation is objective. If you give the criteria, they are very, very objective. So in this context where the existing state of instructional processes is not what we require, a teacher needs to adapt himself, adapt his instructional strategies, because I am putting more focus on the instructional strategies where we are concerned with the delivery. The curriculum needs to be changed, the assessment techniques need to be changed, but a greater focus has to be now in this module on instructional strategies, and for that matter, a teacher has to act as an innovator. He has to take risk of trying out new instructional strategies in the classroom. Because many a times we organize discussions, and when we give that to our students, the initial experiences, they don't come prepared and they don't participate. A teacher is versatile enough to change his strategy in the class and continue with the development of the lesson. But these strategies cannot be left out just because the first experience has not been good. You need to improvise, you need to improve upon. A continuous innovation should take place in the teaching, learning, and evaluation. And that's why the very first one thing was the planning of instruction, then delivery of instruction, and then comes the assessment of the learning outcome. The very instruction which we say is nothing but the teacher's role has changed from transmitter of information to facilitator of learning. Because if you really want to develop or achieve learning outcomes in the cognitive domain, then different conditions, set of conditions need to be created in the classroom situation or the lab. If you really want to develop or achieve objectives in the psychomotor domain, that is hands-on, then different set of conditions. Now say for example, I have to simply remember the definitions which are there in a particular technical subject. I keep on repeating number of times, I write number of times. This is rote memorization, remembering level. But if I need to solve problems In the technical subject, I need a lot of practice in that. The different set of conditions need to be created in the classroom situation. Or if I really want my student to drill a hole in the wall, then I need to demonstrate, I need to give him adequate practice, I need to evaluate, then with practice he becomes perfect. So different set of conditions need to be created. So teacher needs to create different sets of conditions to achieve objectives in cognitive, psychomotor, and affective domain. Instructional planning module, which we have covered as the first module, maybe some of you might have attended, comprised of that when you start planning instruction, it starts with curriculum analysis. A teacher tries to look at the topics which form a part of the syllabus. He tries to sequence and organize the topics which will facilitate learning on the part of the students. And then comes the topic analysis. Topic analysis comprises of breaking down the whole into its constituent parts. Each topic is broken down into its constituent elements, and then a learning hierarchy or hierarchy is developed to facilitate learning among the student. So you are trying to determine the sequence in which the various parts or constituent elements of a particular topic need to be taught, and then you know what is the prerequisite for learning a particular element. Then comes writing of instructional objectives. Now it is the term learning outcomes which is used. It is earlier we had instructional objectives, now the focus is learning outcomes. So learning outcomes are the statements regarding what a student will be able to do at the end of instruction. So a teacher tries to find out, if I'm going to teach a particular topic, what a student will be able to do at the end of unit of instruction. So can he define, and can he compare, can he analyze, can he solve, can he write a program, and so on. Likewise for the psychomotor and affective domain. Then based upon the content and the objectives you want to achieve, you try to determine which strategies of instruction would be most appropriate to achieve the objective. So you have a wide range of instructional methods, starting with lecture, going to the small group. These include all your group discussion, seminar, tutorials, brainstorming, problem-based, project-based learning, demonstrations, role plays, etc. And then the individualized methods of instruction like computer-aided instruction or PS, personalized system of instruction. And then you try to select appropriate method, because each method has its own characteristics, advantages and disadvantages. Likewise, a range of media which can be used for a particular topic to achieve its objectives. Starting with the print medium, we are going to the realia. So you have print media like textbooks, lab manuals, instructional sheets, so on. Then you have your graphics, charts, graphs, technical diagrams, process diagrams, etc. Then you have slides, then the videos, then the educational video films, then you have the models, and then you have real things, real machinery equipment. And there is no substitute for real machinery equipment and tools, because you can provide the most concrete experience to your students with the help of real things. Then comes the evaluation techniques. So what kind of evaluation techniques can be used to evaluate student performance in theory, in practical, and in affective domain? Then you need to motivate your students for learning, and selection of motivational technique becomes important. And likewise the classroom management techniques. This is a part of instructional planning. Now we are going to focus on instructional delivery, and instructional delivery is important because it is said if your planning is appropriate, and your implementation is excellent, then there are 100% chances that you will be successful. You'll be able to achieve your objectives. If your planning is inappropriate, your implementation is excellent, there are 50-50 chances that you will either succeed or fail. But if your planning is appropriate and implementation is poor, then you are going to face problems throughout the implementation. And if both are, that is, planning is inappropriate, implementation is poor, then there are 100% chances that you will fail in an activity. So instructional implementation occupies a very central position in determining the effectiveness of your instruction, and greater onus lies on the teacher to make it successful. So if it has been said by Gaine that there are 9 events of instruction, that whenever you go to the class, if you try to integrate these 9 events of instruction in your instructional process, then you are going to achieve your objectives. And this is what we are going to start with, that is, we have gaining attention. So a learning process starts when the student pays attention to what is being said or what is being shown, and then there is willingness to learn that. You can take the horse to the water but can't make it drink. The willingness comes from within, and for that you need to create an environment which is conducive for the student to pay attention and be willing to learn that. And it is because now the learning has shifted its focus from the behaviorist approach to the constructivist. And it is said that if a student is able to learn something, it is only because he is able to construct his own meanings by relating the new information to what he already knows. So learning is an active process. So whatever previous knowledge a student brings to the classroom, that must be related to the new information, new piece of information. And for that, we need to test his previous knowledge. The prerequisites, they need to be brought to the working memory of the student. Then new information. So different ways and means need to be adopted to provide new information to the learner. And then we need to facilitate the learning on the part by providing guidance. And that is when we use mnemonics, analogies, similes, examples. These are to facilitate the learning on the part of the students. And then we must assure ourselves the learning on the part of the learner by posing questions, by giving him small tasks when we are dealing with a particular topic in the class. On the basis of that, eliciting performance, you try to provide the feedback. One here is missing is assessing performance. Once you are sure that student has learned, then you try to assess his performance. And the last, learning ends with when a student is able to transfer the learning to new situation. And that is what the capability has to be developed among our students, that is transfer of learning. That is very, very important. So in this program, we are going to focus on how to deliver instruction effectively by acquiring those skills which will enable you as teacher to deliver instruction effectively. Like, we'll be focusing on the motivation, we'll be focusing on the communication skills, then we'll take up the questioning, assignments, tutorial sheets which are used by the teacher, how effectively these can be designed, used, integrated into classroom instruction. Then we'll also focus on how to actively involve the students in the teaching learning, that is focusing on student engagement, that is involve, engage, empower them, and inspire them. Then creativity, how to develop creativity, that is, what are the strategies which can be used by the teacher to develop creative ability among the students, then how to integrate media effectively, then how to provide feedback to the students. What is the significance of feedback, knowledge of results which you give to the students, and how it should be provided. Then we'll also focus on the overall, the management skills which need to be possessed by the teacher. And then uh, another role which a teacher plays is the role of guidance and counseling. The teacher needs to provide academic, especially the academic guidance and counseling to the students, the career guidance and counseling, and also deal with some of the personal aspects of guidance. I would say if the problem is severe, it has to be a referral case. But certain things can be handled by the teachers themselves. So we'll have one session on how to provide or play this role of guidance and counseling effectively. And then we'll also have two teach sessions. I would request all the local coordinators to identify one to two members each, because we have two sessions. So there will be three presentations on Thursday, then three presentations on Friday. So you need to identify two members of the faculty who will be making 15 minutes presentation. So they'll be getting feedback from their peer group. They'll get the feedback from the expert who will be observing the session from ETV Studios. Then we'll also have one session on sustainable development, which is an area which assumes greater importance in today's context, and what role a teacher can play in sustainable development by being a human model, by involving, inspiring students to take steps for sustainable development in the technical institutions, especially the activities which are taken up. So friends, this is a brief orientation to what is going to be the 5 days program from 13th to 17th of October. Now I'll request Dr. Seema Singh to kindly introduce the chief guest to the audience and request him to deliver the inaugural address. Over to Rajasthan College of Engineering for Women.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have Dr. A. Pathak as a chief guest in Rajasthan College of Engineering for Women. Dr. Pathak has got 35 years of experience in working as a chief engineer in Rajasthan Vidyut Utpadan Nigam Limited, and he is expert in the power generation and with special reference to non-conventional power generation. He has also established many power stations. He was a part of the establishment of many power stations, and he's also a link between RCW and Rajasthan Vidyut Utpadan Nigam Limited. He is establishing an industry institute partnership in our college, and is a great facilitator for a student training program. He is a very keen enthusiast and innovator. So over to Dr. A.K. Pathak.
Thank you very much, and welcome, sir, to the inaugural session of the 5 days program on instructional delivery. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. First of all, good morning to Dr. Tulsi.
Good morning.
Much of your vision regarding this instructional delivery. I am very much delighted and become feeling part of this delivery program of this NIT-TTR Chandigarh. I remained in Chandigarh for more than 16 years and during my service life. and Bhakra Vyas and BCB, Vyas you might be knowing about this, and uh, remain in various corner of transmission and distribution as well as generation of electricity, and becoming a part of this NITER faculty development program on instruction delivery. I am feeling much proud, and you have already spoken a lot over the subject. I will only say one line over this. The faculty should deliver their subject matter to the student, looking to overall adaptability of the students with proper articulation and avoiding the manipulation, and giving to the motivational touch about the subject, so they take and accept as much as possible. And again, I congratulate you on the matter, and our Prime Minister's vision of Digital India on the matter, and I have a full
So the audio is not there.
I have a heartily, it's my hearty desire that the program should be very, very successful on the in coming 5 days towards instructional delivery to faculty to boost up their platform so they deliver our students the matter in much better way. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, sir. I think in one line, you have tried to sum up the best qualities which a teacher should possess, that is of subject matter knowledge, the communication skills, and ability to inspire the students to learn. I think that is the crux of whole teaching. If we are able to inspire our students to go for in-depth learning, half of the job is done. So thank you very much, sir, for joining us in the inaugural session. Now I'll shift my focus to RA College of Engineering, and I request the local coordinator to kindly introduce Dr. Dhananjay Gupta to the audience. The local coordinator, please, at RA College. सर हैं हमारे साथ कि नहीं है अभी? Yes. Or maybe in the meantime, I request Jaipur College of Engineering, and I'll request the local coordinator to kindly introduce Dr. Sanjay Pujara. Over to Jaipur College of Engineering and Technology.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, we are able to hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Kindly introduce sir हैं हमारे साथ अभी.
Ma'am, JC College, Engineering College. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning. I'll request if we have the sir with us, please kindly request him to say a few words to inaugural.
Ma'am, actually your voice is not coming properly.
मेरी आपके वहां से डिस्टर्बेंस आ रही है बहुत सारी. आप अपना इंटरनल माइक यूज कीजिए, एक्सटर्नल छोड़ दीजिए. You can use the internal mic.
voice is not coming properly.
नहीं, आपकी तो आ रही है. आप kindly request. Do we have Dr. Sanjay Pujara with us right now? Hello, JCW, Jaipur College. कौन बैठे हैं? अपनी आवाज नहीं जा रही. Arya College, are you able to hear me? RCW, are you able to hear me? Rajasthan College, are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Jaipur College, do we have the director with us? Arya College? I don't know what is happening. क्या हो गया? आपको नहीं सुन रहा? मेरी आवाज नहीं सुन रही? हेलो, आर्य कॉलेज.
Hello.
हाँ जी, आर यू एबल टू हियर मी नाउ?
Ma'am.
हाँ जी.
Yes, ma'am. We are here. चालू करिए.
तो kindly request the chief guest to say a few words in the inaugural session.
Our chief guest is Professor Rajesh Singhal.
Okay.
He is Professor of Civil Engineering at RTU Kota.
Okay. Sir, उनका हाँ जी. I'll request the chief guest, Professor Rajesh Singhal, to say a few words in the inaugural session of the program. की हो गया जी? दोनों का कनेक्शन चले गया जी.
Yes.
सर,
Good morning.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
I am myself Dr. Rajesh Singhal. I am Associate Professor in Civil Engineering Department in Rajasthan Technical University, Kota.
जी सर.
And I come here to deliver an expert lecture on disaster management
Okay.
and some motivational lecture also
Okay.
to become an entrepreneur, how to become an entrepreneur. And I have visited this college. I found the team of teachers is very motivational.
जी.
They have their expertise in their subjects, and they have a good facility in regards to latest technology like LCD projector provided in so many rooms.
Okay.
And their faculty is very interactive with the students. They are providing basic facilities to the students, and their laboratories are very much updated. Latest instruments they have purchased in an advance, and I am very much highly thankful to Professor Dhananjay Gupta, principal of this college, to provide me such opportunity to visit this college. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, Professor Singhal, for joining us in the inaugural session. And as you have given us an account of the institute, we are very sure that instructional delivery at this institute may be far better than many others, and we require such kind of faculty within the technical education system who is motivated, possesses the expertise, and is interactive, uses the latest technology in delivery of the instruction. So thank you very much for joining us, and we hope that these 5 days interaction with NITTR would be beneficial for the faculty of the institute. Now over to Jaipur College of Engineering.
Hello.
Hello. Sir, may kindly request the chief guest to say a few words in the inaugural session.
मैम चीफ गेस्ट सर अभी के लिए विजिट थोड़ा इसलिए आ नहीं पा रहे हैं सर।
कोई बात नहीं, we'll listen to him in the valedictory. माइक माइक म्यूट कीजिए अपना। हाँ जी, thank you so much. So friends, we come to the close of the inaugural session, and I, on behalf of National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, would like to express my gratitude to Dr. A.K. Pathak and Professor Rajesh Singhal, who have joined us in the inaugural session at RCW and RA College of Engineering, Jaipur, and would also like to thank Dr. Sanjay Pujara, JCEW, who was initially with us, and I thank them for sponsoring the faculty, the teachers, for attending this 5 days program from 13th to 17th of October. I would also like to thank all the teachers who have shown interest in participating in this program on instructional delivery. At the end, I would say that these 5 days would be meaningful only when you interact with the expert who are going to provide various input sessions in this program. And now I thank one and all, and we break for a cup of tea, reassemble at 11:30 for the very first session on events of instruction, which I'm going to engage from 11:30 to 1. Then we'll break for lunch from 1 to 2. At 2 o'clock, there will be another post-lunch session on motivating students. So this is the schedule for today. So I request all of you to join exactly at 11:30 for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
बंदे भी आ जाते पर मैं मेरी एक मिनट गल सुनो पेन ड्राइव program on instructional delivery. Friends, we have been talking about instruction. I ended with that there are 9 events of instruction. If they are integrated into instructional delivery, you are able to achieve your objectives. So in this session, I'm going to focus on events of instruction. What are these 9 events of instruction and how they need to be integrated? To begin with, let me first deal with that Gaine has tried to classify the varieties of learning into 5 major aspects. According to Gaine, what are the outcomes of learning? They can be classified into 5. One is the intellectual skills. Second is verbal information. Third is motor skills. Fourth are attitudes. And fifth are the cognitive strategies. When I speak in terms of intellectual skills, they all refer to the information acquisition. And intellectual skills comprise of 4 major aspects. A student or a person who learns is able to discriminate between the objects, between the things, and then there is concept learning which takes place. And every discipline has large number of concepts which are learnt by the students, and these concepts, for example, we say force, mass, acceleration, velocity, time, speed, force, shear force, bending moments, all these are nothing but concepts. Out of these concepts, you can further classify the concepts into 2. There are concrete concepts, there are abstract concepts. Concrete concepts are those which can be referred to, which have a tangible referent, which can be pointed out. Say, in civil, I say wall, floor, ceiling, columns, beam. All these things can be shown and pointed out. These are referred to as concrete concepts, and the remaining, like reinforcement, bending moment, shear force, stress, strain, these are all defined concepts which requires definition to be understood. So a large number of concepts, whether it is civil, mechanical, electrical, civil, education, management, large number of concepts are learned by the student. Then the outcome of learning can be in terms of learning of principles. You call it principle, or you call it a law, or you call it a rule. And rule is nothing but a relationship between 2 or more than 2 concepts. When you say stress is directly proportional to strain, stress is a concept, strain is a concept. When you say V is directly proportional to I, voltage is a concept, current is a concept. Or we say for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. Equal is a concept, opposite is a concept, and reaction is a concept, action is a concept, equal is a concept. So rule is nothing but relationship between 2 or more than 2 concepts. And every rule requires learning of or knowledge of underlying concepts. So if a student learns the concepts, it's easy for the student to learn the principles. Then comes problem solving, which involves higher level ability to analyze, evaluate, and create. And problem solving requires application of the learned knowledge in finding solution to the problems. Then every discipline, the person learns verbal information. Verbal information is the organized body of knowledge. When a student says that there are 2 types of engines, petrol and diesel, he is referring to organized body of knowledge. Or a person says that I know there are 4 or 5 different languages in which the program is written, so C++, C and Oracle and so on. is nothing but a piece of verbal information. Even the factual information becomes a part of verbal information. So there are labels and there is organized body of knowledge which may be the outcome of learning. So when you say pi, the value of pi is 22/7, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, or you say there are two types of soil foundation, all these are examples of factual and organized body of knowledge. The outcome of learning may be in terms of motor skills, where a person is able to perform certain tasks with accuracy, speed, and smoothness. So when you are acquiring a psychomotor skill, you are able to do the task with these three characteristics: accuracy, speed, and smoothness. So motor skills, nowadays we refer to these as psychomotor skills. Psyche, because the cognition is involved, any skill learning would have a component of knowledge. Driving a car or maybe operating a lathe requires a knowledge of the lathe, the various parts of lathe, the function of various parts of lathe, the processes which can be there on lathe, performed on lathe, and then the muscular coordination where the person is able to operate the lathe machine for a particular process. So motor skills. Then attitudes, as I said, are the attitudes and values, and cognitive strategies are which are concerned with the thinking, remembering, recalling, applying skills on the part of the learner. So Gaine says there can be 5 major outcomes of learning, and learning process, when we talk about the information processing model, has a direct connection to the events of instruction. According to the information processing model of learning, what we do is we receive information from the environment. That is, what is it that receives the information from the environment are our receptors. And when I say receptors, it refers to the 5 senses which a person uses to receive information. That is, ability to see, ability to hear, ability to feel the sensation, that is through touch, taste, and the smell. So we are receiving information from the environment, and first that information goes to our sensory registers, and the time for which this is retained in the sensory register is very limited, and then this information is transferred to the short-term memory. The capacity of the short-term memory is 5 plus minus 2 chunks of information. Now here the best example you can quote is that of the colors of rainbow. So there are 7 pieces of information if you have to remember the 7 colors of rainbow, but when you try to remember the 7 colors by VIBGYOR, it becomes 1 chunk of information. Similarly, when we say board mass, it consists of again 7 pieces of information, but when you remember board mass, it's 1 piece of information. And while I was talking in the first session, I said impan, and I was referring to the 5 levels in psychomotor domain, that is imitation, manipulation, precision, articulation, and naturalization. So you are having a mnemonic. By chunking the information, you are able to remember 1 piece of information. In turn, you are remembering 7 pieces of or 5 pieces of information. And the memory is, the short-term memory is 5 plus 2 chunks of information. You can retain 5 to 7 pieces of information for 20 seconds in your short-term memory. But whatever is retained in your working memory, if that is rehearsed, so you do maintenance rehearsal, then or you try to relate the new information to what you already know, then you are able to transfer that knowledge to the long-term memory. So long-term memory, if I have learned something, I have stored something in my long-term memory, and whenever the situation demands, first that information is brought back to the working memory, then the neural signal goes to give a response to the situation. So there are effectors which are giving response. Say for example, you are driving a scooter and you see there is a red light. So your eyes are getting the signal which is interpreted by your mind that you need to stop the vehicle. That information is already available in your uh, long-term memory, what action needs to be taken. Then you bring that action to your working memory. Then you give your foot a signal that you need to apply a brake, slow the speed, and your hands and foot, they generate, they are the effectors, and the responses generated, you are able to stop the vehicle. So this is how, as per the information processing model, how we try to acquire the learning. And this has a direct, you can see here the process of learning which is shown here, and this completely explain that you receive input from the environment that goes to your sensory register. There is selective perception of the features, that is, you are not interpreting every incoming input, but you are paying attention to the selected ones, and try to give meaning to that piece of information that goes to your short-term memory. And after rehearsal, you try to relate that information to the new information, to the old one, the previous information which you have in mind. Then it is stored in the long-term memory, and when the situation demands, you bring that information back to your short-term memory, and then you try to give direction to your response generator, and you give a response or show a performance. If that performance is you get a knowledge of results, then it is reinforced. If it is a desired behavior, it gets reinforced. So this is in simple the process of learning. So when we say this is the process of learning, Gaine and Briggs said that there are sets of events which need to be integrated into instruction, which can help the individual in the internal processes of learning. They can facilitate paying attention, uh, storing the information in the long-term memory. They can also facilitate recall of information. So instruction is nothing but creation of set of events. So when we say set of events, so different internal and external conditions are required to facilitate learning of different types. So in this session, I'm going to focus on what are these 9 events of instruction. So when I say 9 events of instruction, the very first event which a teacher needs to create in the direct instruction is gain attention. The learning process would start with when the students are able to pay attention to what is being said. And there are different strategies which can be utilized by the teacher to gain attention of the student. So what we can do, these are all based upon the principles of perception. Now may I ask the audience, what is more visible on this screen? Yes? What is prominent on the screen? Yes? Anyone who would like to speak? Any center, any member of the faculty would like to say what is prominent on the screen?
That is carburetor. IC engine. IC engine.
Okay, why do you say I see Indian, ma'am?
Ma'am, it is written bold letters and
Okay, fine. So anything which stands out from the rest of the information, maybe because of the size, because you have used or I have used capital letters, it stands out. So I see Indian is more prominent here. If you look at this one, what is more prominent?
program.
Program. Why? Because other things have been written in black and you have one word which is written in blue. Here you can see that here what has drawn your attention. If I repeat this, what has drawn your attention? See here.
Reference.
The title is coming, there is a movement, and that movement attracts your attention. Or when I say, look at this, so there are previous one, if you can see for yourself, just here you can see that programming was stable, but structural design appeared while there was animation given to that. It is flying in, right? It's flying in. So anything which has a movement, has a different color, or has a different font or a different size, that will attract the attention of your learner. In addition to that, I would say if you are able to create, I'm not here you can see because I'm not able to use the internet here. Monica, you have the internet? Learners TV is there on. So friends, I can just share with you that on the Learners TV, there are a number of animations available. So here, she is trying to connect to Learners TV. Just give us 1 minute. And on the Learners TV, on the, you can see she is coming to animations. Go to the physics animation, physics. नीचे नीचे कोल हाँ जी फिजिक्स एनिमेशन ए गोले दे नीचे देखो ना येलो तो ऊपर चल जाओ थले आओ ऊपर ऊपर जाओ ऊपर फिजिक्स एनिमेशन आया सिंपल बजर ते चले जाओ you can see here is animation which is available on number of topics related to physics. Now this is a simple buzzer which is shown here, and if you put click on that, तो click क्या देखो Now here you can see when you bring in this kind of animation while you are teaching physics, the student attention is drawn to the animation and students will be able to pay attention to what you are showing. You can go to another one, another animation on racing sky. Wapas aa jao. Monica, back, racing sky. Are you able to see? नीचे आओ हाँ जी Now see here that two skiers, they are now racing, and if you simply ask which one would reach first, and you have shown this figure, when the persons are the animated figure is shown, you are automatically able to draw the attention of your students towards it. You can on the same go back to Learners TV itself, the first page, you can see Naptil here. नीचे Naptil आ रहा होगा नहीं or you can go to Naptil. Now if you have seen national program on technology enabled learning, Naptil, when the video starts, the symbol of NAPTEL, the logo which has been prepared for the start of the videos, that is animated. And whenever you start that video, that symbol appears on the screen and it is animated one. Otherwise, NAPTEL te aajo. नहीं मिलिया? नहीं. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੈਸੇ ਸਰਚ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਨੈਪਟਲ ਪਾ ਦਿਓ NPTEL ਉਧਰ ਬਾਹਰ ਗੂਗਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ let me just give you an example of that, and she's trying to connect NPTEL. Yes, NAPTEL. Yes, you can select any one program here, any one video lecture you can select. Anji, okay, alendo. Anu start kar do YouTube pe. Anji. Now see here, even the title has been animated and there is a sound effect given to it, and that itself, when it starts, it draws your attention. In NAPTEL da to hanji shuru nahi hoya. Now see here the NAPTEL, there is little animation given to the logo and itself draws the attention of your student. And here I'll not be able to show you these videos because of the non-availability of the internet, but whenever you bring this kind of a change, when you are starting your lesson or during the lesson, or some people, they are in the habit of starting the topic with presentation of a small story. When you narrate a story, it draws your attention. Or you start your topic with a problem which the students are not able to solve. They are not able to give you the solution of that problem. That creates the willingness to learn what you are going to teach them, because at the end they'll be able to solve the problem. Or you give them a new situation, or you plan a small demonstration for the student. Say, as you show this demonstration, you bring that working model of a refrigerator to the classroom situation. You demonstrate the refrigeration principle, and then you start explaining the whole topic on refrigeration. So they'll be able to pay attention to what you are presenting. Or you have the multimedia presentation and you are using in the beginning to gain attention of the student. As I say, you are going and showing, you are dealing with the manufacturing processes, and you are using, say, manufacturing process of steel, and you first give them the glimpse of the steel industry and you show the various stages, and you can bridge that into, say, 10 to 15 minutes video, and the students are able to pay attention to. Then you are taking up each process in detail while you are dealing with the topic. Or you can pose a question and start, and you can gain a attention. In addition to that, when you enter a class and the students are sitting quietly, your job is simpler. But say students are settling down, they are talking to each other, you stand still silently for a fraction of seconds, students automatically pay attention to you. Or you bring a change in the environment, say a fan is not working or a light is not working, and you switch on the light or the fan, the students pay attention to you. You can also give verbal cue. When you exchange pleasantries with your students and you say good morning or good afternoon, itself you draw the attention of your learners, right? But while you are continuing with the topic, then all these strategies, when you use the chalkboard or the whiteboard, you are writing something in caps, you are underlining some important point, or you are using a section of the board to derive a relationship, and you partition the board into two, or you highlight with a different color of the pen or the chalk, you are able to draw the attention of your student. So the very first important event of instruction is gain the attention of your learner and sustain that attention for the next 50 or 55 minutes for which you are going to interact with your student. So you can use number of different strategies to gain and sustain attention of your learners. And if you bring in stimulus variation, that will also help you in sustaining the attention of your learner. Say, I have been talking for 5 minutes. Now for 5 minutes, I show them the multimedia presentation, or I give a 5 minutes task to my students, or I involve them in a group discussion for 5 minutes. So I bring a change in the strategy, thereby bring a change in the stimulus. That itself would help me in gaining and sustaining the attention of my learner. So you can see here what all can be done. You can use novelty, differences, motion, intensity or brightness change can be there, or you can use screen motion, colors, sounds, symbols, display arrangement can vary, animated movements can show, pictures, graphics, illustrations, they can be integrated in order to gain and sustain the attention of the learner. The second event of instruction is informing the learner of the objectives. That is, what will be the learning outcomes, what a student will be able to do at the end of unit of instruction. And for that matter, in the inaugural session, I have said that there are three different types of objectives which you would like to achieve, and these fall in cognitive domain, psychomotor domain, and affective domain. So why we need to tell the student what he'll be able to do at the end of instruction is to arouse the expectancy level of the learner and building the worth of what we are going to teach them. So you tell them what they'll be able to do, not reading out the objectives, but telling them what they'll be able to do at the end of instruction. And this will help you in providing a structure of the topic which you are going to discuss with the students, or the topic on which you are going to interact with the student. Say for example, I say I'm going to deal with the communication, and I say at the end of the class you'll be able to clarify or understand or define or explain. I now use specific. You'll be able to explain the concept of communication, differentiate between verbal and non-verbal communication, and you will try to know the principles, or you will be able to explain the principles of effective speaking and listening. Now when I say this, in nutshell, it is giving the structure of presentation also, that we'll first deal with the concept of communication, then we'll try to differentiate between the verbal and non-verbal communication, and then we'll go to the principles of effective speaking and listening. And once the student knows that he is going to be able to do these things and he is getting a structure of the topic, it becomes easy for the student to monitor his own progress. He is also able to take notes by classifying the topic or by arranging the inputs into the four themes, that is concept, types, and then principles of effective speaking and listening. So the second event is important for arousing the expectancy level. Here, the third event of instruction is stimulating recall of prerequisites. Now, when I was dealing with that, you learn concepts, you learn principles, and you learn problem solving, and there is hierarchy inbuilt into that. So even in the concepts, there can be superordinate concepts, subordinate concepts, coordinate concepts. And always I try to take a very simple example of force. If I have to learn the concept of force, I must have the knowledge of two things. Anybody would like to say what are those two things which I must know? Yes? Any audience member would like to give a response? If I have to understand the concept of force, what are the two things I must know?
Mass and acceleration.
Simple. So force would require the understanding of mass and acceleration. Now, if I have to understand the concept of acceleration, then what are the two things which are important? Yes? Jaipur College, can I get a response from your side? If I have to understand the concept of acceleration, what is it that is needed to understand the concept of acceleration? Ji? Yes? RCW के पास ही वापस जाती हूँ. ठीक है मैम, आप ही बोलो.
Velocity and time.
Velocity और speed and time. Okay, velocity and time. अगर velocity को समझना है,
Distance and time.
okay, displacement and time. Now you can see displacement and time are the basic units which must be understood to understand the concept of velocity. Once a student has these two concepts, the concept of velocity can be easily understood. Once these two, velocity and time, are understood, the concept of acceleration can be easily understood by the learner. And mass and acceleration can be understood at separate point of time. Whether I teach mass first or acceleration, it is immaterial. And these are two coordinate concepts which can go simultaneously, and then the concept of force can be understood. So if I know these are the concepts which must be known to the students before he is able to understand the concept of force, then if I am going to teach that, I must raise questions on define mass. If the students are able to define mass, that means, and if that explanation is correct, I'm sure that they have the right conception of the concept of mass. And if I ask them what is acceleration, then they are able to give me the definition of acceleration, or I say what is the meaning of acceleration, and they are able to give me the meaning, then I'm sure they have right conception of acceleration. Many a times what happens, a teacher assumes that student possess the prerequisite knowledge and doesn't pose a question. And once you do that, maybe the students have the misconception of the concept which you have thought they understood. So it is always better to clarify and assure yourself of the understanding of the underlying concepts by the learner. And therefore, it is important that we raise number of questions at appropriate time while explaining concepts. Then we can ask about the subordinate concepts. If I am explaining a principle, I try to pose questions on the concepts in which there is relationship. Say I have given you stress is directly proportional to strain, and I try to clarify from the student whether they have understood the concept of stress and they have understood the concept of strain. This is one simple way of bringing the prerequisites to the working memory of the students so that they are able to relate the new information with what they already know. Another way of stimulating recall of prerequisite is that you give a verbal cue. When I say give a verbal clue, that means, say, in the last class, we have learned the concept of stress, and you give the definition of that and which won't take much time. It is simple that you are bringing what they have already learned to their working memory. Or whatever you have taught to them, you give a review task. So, say they have learned the formulae to calculate the shear force. Now you give them a numerical where they need to find out the shear force by applying the relevant formula. And once you give that numerical problem, and if they are able to apply the right formula and find a solution to the problem, that gives you a signal that they've understood how to calculate the shear force. So you can give a review task, or you can give an exercise or a task to your students to make sure that they have the right kind of prerequisite knowledge with them to learn the topic. So the task of the teacher is to pose questions, to give tasks, review exercise, or give verbal clue whereby you try to facilitate the recall of the previous knowledge to the working memory of the student. And this way you are also ensuring the active involvement of your students in the development of the lesson. Next one is the event of instruction is presenting new stimuli. May I first like to clarify, what do we mean by stimulus? Anybody from the audience would like to reply? What is a stimulus? Yes? What is a stimulus? Have you come across this term? Yes?
Any
Stimulus?
change,
Ji?
any change in environment?
That is a stimulus. किन्हीं लोगों के लिए चाय स्टिमुलस एक्ट करती है, कुछ लोगों के लिए स्मोकिंग स्टिमुलस एक्ट करती है, किसी के लिए एक ब्राइट कलर की कोई चीज पड़ी है वो स्टिमुलस एक्ट करती है. क्या होता है स्टिमुलस? I've given you. हाँ जी जी मैम.
This is going to enhance our energy.
Okay, which gives energy. Okay, I said a bright colored thing appearing in the classroom attracts the attention. It is not giving energy, but it is stimulating the thought processes. Anything which activates the learner or anything which activates the individual is a stimulus. And in the classroom situation, what we expect our students is that the words which you are speaking, the content matter which you are providing to them, the animation, the PowerPoint, the real media which you are taking in the classroom, it should act like a stimulus. It should activate thinking or activate the student. And here while you are presenting new stimuli, means new information which you are giving to the student, it should act like a stimulus. And here what is important for a teacher is, when you are going to start a topic, all the basic terminology which is going to appear in the topic, that should first be explained to the student. The benefit of explaining that new terminology in the beginning of the session would be that you are going to use that terminology frequently in the class, and every time you need not explain that terminology. So you first clarify the basic terminology, and then you will be in a position to frequently use that terminology in your class. Another important principle which you need to take into account is building adequate explanation of the concepts, the principles, and the theories. What happens? We sometimes give any inadequate explanation, and the matter remains hanging in the air. The student is unable to understand the complete concept or the principle because the teacher didn't build the explanation for that. So it is very pertinent that a teacher possesses the skill of building explanation, to elaborate upon the concepts, to elaborate upon the principles, and to elaborate upon the theories. It also happens that sometimes we only give the reference of one particular book, and we refer to one particular author, and we don't try to give the varied opinion on that topic or the subject. So what is important, and when you are building explanation, if you bring in the varied point of views, then it is easy for the student to understand what you want to say. Then you need to bring the attention of your students to distinctive features while dealing with verbal information or learning of concepts. Now let me uh, take one example. Say I am teaching a concept of a triangle and a square. Now there is distinctive feature of a square and a triangle. So what is it that differentiate a triangle from a square? Three-sided figure, one is the four-sided figure. Then you are all talking about the angles, and you have different shapes of triangle, different shapes of square. So you need to bring in what is it that differentiate one concept from the other, and what are the essential attributes of a triangle, and what are the essential attributes of a square, so as to enable the student to understand the concept of triangle and a square, and to differentiate between the triangle and a square. Or say for example, I'm dealing with the concept of, say, two-stroke and four-stroke petrol engine. Now here also, what is it that differentiate four-stroke petrol engine from the two-stroke petrol engine? That characteristic must stand out. Only then student will be able to differentiate between two-stroke and four-stroke petrol engine. Another is, when you are dealing with a topic, you must try to build a meaningful context. The context in which that concept is applicable, the background or the situation in which that rule is applicable, and then try to enhance your explanation with day-to-day examples and the examples from world of work. If you are able to give or make generous use of examples where that concept is applicable, where that rule is applicable, then student will be able to remember that information for a long period of time. Another is, as I said in the beginning, use the techniques of chunking. What I said was that your short-term memory can retain only 5 plus minus 2 chunks of information. And we took an example of board mass, and we took an example of whip gear, or I took an example of impan. So when I say, remember, can you recall the 7 colors of rainbow? If a person doesn't remember whip gear, it becomes difficult for him to recall the information. So chunking, if I have done in the class, the students also know that by remembering whip gear, you remember the 7 colors of rainbow. So immediately when whip gear strikes, the person is able to recall the 7 colors of the rainbow. So wherever you have a similar information and you can chunk that information together, similar information can be grouped together, they'll be perceived, it will be perceived by the learner as one unit. It will be easy for him to remember that information, and it will enable him to retain that information for a long period of time. When dealing with principle, it is important that we give demonstration, because principles when demonstrated, now here say for example that what I was saying, stress is directly proportional to strain, and you are plotting a graph between stress and strain, then you infer from that that stress is directly proportional to strain. Or when you say you put a hand against the wall, what force is exerted on the wall, and you're demonstrating a principle that is for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. Or you are using a circuit diagram and you are showing them, then giving the input, you are trying to prove voltage is directly proportional to I. So you are demonstrating to them, then the learning will be more. Just giving a statement, voltage is directly proportional to current, doesn't suffice. But when the student has seen the demonstration through the circuit, then they'll be able to learn it better, they'll be able to remember it better, and it will be easy for them to recall. Likewise, when we are talking about the procedures, a procedure which is to be followed to solve a problem, to operate a machine, again, the demonstration is very, very important. If you can show the process, you can show the procedure yourself in the class, that will be the ideal situation. But if you're not able to show the process, you can have a clip of the process which goes into the manufacturing of steel for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. You can edit the various processes and the whole process can be shown in 25 minutes. So you can use a clip to demonstrate how the steel is manufactured. And likewise, we talk about the cognitive strategy, how a person thinks, how a person remembers, how a person. So loud thinking may be helpful while you ask the student how he could remember this information. So he tries to share his remembering process with others. Now, if you have seen the KBC, people start answering the questions and people start giving alternate responses, then they reason out. So they are doing loud thinking, why this can't be the right answer, why this is going to be the right answer, and this is how. So there you know what actually is going on in the mind of the person, how he is trying to think about the various alternatives, how he is trying to rule out one alternative or the other alternative, then how he arrives at the right answer. So a person is actually, while he is involved in the process and is doing the loud thinking, he is trying to share his thinking process with others. So other people can learn how to reason out, how to generate alternative, and then how to arrive at. Then integration of media in order to support and supplement. This is very, very simple. as we have seen on the learners TV, that there are so many animations available. So there are a number of sites on Neptil, the learning materials which have been produced by the faculty of Indian Institutes of Technology and Indian Institute of Science. And if you have a look at those, number of programs they have media componented, or you have a professor of IIT explaining a particular topic, and wherever you see that the best explanation has been built in, you can use that video for say 2 seconds, 3 seconds, you can pause, and only the part which you want to integrate in your teaching learning, that can be used to stimulate and to clarify the concepts or the principle to the students. So you can use media to your advantage when you are presenting new information. Another important aspect is the use of verbal and non-verbal communication, because the teaching communication is the heart of your teaching learning process. Whatever you do in the classroom, in the laboratory, you guide your students in the project work, has an element of communication. And if you are good communicator, then you are able to explain the things in explicit manner to the other person. And once you are able to do that, then your students will be able to understand the meaning of that communication. And the communication remains effective, and you will be able to achieve the objectives of your topic. And it is also said that your communication, verbal communication is one component, but your non-verbal communication should be matching to the verbal content. ये क्यों बात ਤੁਸੀਂ off कर रहे हो की गल? Are you able to hear me? Hello? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So your verbal and non-verbal communication should match each other. That means if you are saying small and your gestures go like this, or you are saying big and the hand flows like this, or you are saying in the sky and there is a, or you say on the left, so you are pointing out with your finger the non-verbal which accompanies the verbal communication. There is a match, and student is able to have the visual imagery along with the symbolic words which you are speaking. So a teacher needs to have both verbal and non-verbal communication apt for effective delivery. Then while you are presenting information, it is imperative to involve your students in the development of the lesson. So one thing is, it is one way lecture being given. Another is you have two-way lectures where you involve your students through questioning, through tasks, through group discussion, through a brief, maybe 5 minutes discussion on a topic, or you may organize a brainstorming session in the class. Say for example, you are teaching them the existing engine, and you throw a challenge to the students. If you really want to increase the efficiency of the engine, what alternatives are available to you? Now this is the problem. You want to increase the efficiency of the engine. There can be number of right responses to this problem. There's not one response to this. So you have a brainstorming session where the students gives the random ideas which comes to their mind, and you start a round robin technique you use, get idea from one student, go to another one, go to another one, and you complete all the 30 students. Then you come back to the first student, and then you gain ideas and gather ideas, and you go on writing those ideas. This process continues till the students are left with no other idea. And then a small committee can be constituted to evaluate the feasibility of each idea. And then you say, okay, there are 5 alternatives which are available to us. Then you prioritize which can be taken up first, second, third, fourth, or fifth. Likewise, when I say you have lot of emails which you receive and you take the printout. Now this person can be posed, what can be done? So alternate solutions. If you really want to go for sustainable development, you need to save the environment. Are there any alternatives which can be used while you make use of the paper? So how you can minimize the use of paper, or recycling can be done, and so you get the alternatives from the class. So there are a number of ways whereby you can involve your students in the process. Normally when I deal with, and I have anything which has pros and cons, advantages and disadvantages, then I divide the class into small groups. I allow them to identify the advantages and disadvantages. Then each group in the class make a presentation on the board. We keep on adding to the list of advantages and disadvantages. At the end, I sum up what are the advantages and disadvantages. So you don't give advantages and disadvantages yourself, but you try to prompt the students to give answer to your queries, and then you arrive at a list of advantages and disadvantages. Similarly, you can pose questions with respect to the reasoning behind a particular phenomena, and you can involve your students in that. Or say, for example, you are dealing with the derivation part of it. So just write one step, then involve your student, what next, what next. Or you can call one student to give the or do the derivation for you. So let them be involved in the process of derivation. Or you have given a numerical, so you have given a formula, you have given a demonstration, or you want to give a practice. Give them the task, let them be involved in both. They come and solve the problem, or while you are doing it, they are involved in, say, calculation work. So you get the calculation done by the student and you put the figures on the board. So actively they are participating in the development of the lesson. Then the teacher needs to pose questions to assure that they have understood and give them the opportunity to clarify their doubts. Don't assume that they have understood. So pose questions and give them the opportunity to clarify their doubts. Because when a student raises a hand in the class, and your attitude towards should be very, very positive, and you should be in a position to satisfy the query of the student. And if you encourage this kind of behavior, then students will be forthcoming to participate in the development of the lesson. But if you discourage them, you don't accept a question, or if there is question, you shout at them, or you ignore the question, the raise of hand in the class, then gradually that desirable behavior on the part of the students would decline. So always try to have lot of interaction with the students, so that, because they are the ones who have to learn. So the more opportunity you give them to ask questions, to clarify their terms, greater will be the learning. Then comes the opportunities for collaboration. So that's what I said, that if you are giving a task, it can be in small groups of 4 to 6 students. You divide the whole class into 4 to 6 students. So if you have 60, maybe 10 groups are working in the class. So 10 groups working on the same problem, they're coming out with the solution. So at the end, if this problem is structured, there is only one right answer, one group can make the presentation. But if the problem is unstructured and there can be 10 solutions to the problem, then you can invite all the 10 groups to come out with their solution to the problem. So collaboration activities can be encouraged. Then the next event of instruction is providing learning guidance. Why do we need to provide learning guidance? Is simply to enable the student to learn that, facilitate that learning process. Now, I still remember when I was a student at school, then the teacher who was used to teach us science used to draw a line while teaching metal and non-metal. Or when the teacher was dealing with the gaseous material and the other material. So she was trying to put a line on the board, and then she would try to come out with similarities and differences. That image on the board is still here because that visual which was presented before helped me to retain that information. Or you are putting some information in a tabular form. Say the people deal with what happened in 1990, then 95, 200, 2000, 2005, 2010. The same information, when classified into a tabular form, becomes easy for the student to retain it for a longer period of time. Just if I go on speaking like, then maybe the student is not able to keep pace with the teacher and is not able to have an snapshot of the development. But if you put it in a tabular form, it becomes easy for the student to understand that. Or say, for example, you are showing certain graphical relationship between two or more than two variables. Even that graph, which is a progressive disclosure of the graph, that itself will be learned easily, and the information understanding will be more on the part of the learner. So dealing with relationship, you can use a graph and you can show the relationship between the two or more than two concepts. Or what we have been, if you can have mnemonics, mnemonics is the first letter of each word coined together and you have one word which you remember. So you can remember large chunk of information. Analogies. Analogies is, anybody who would like to explain what analogies are? Yes, audience? Anybody who would like to say what analogies are?
Related examples.
Analogies are not examples, sir. Analogies क्या है? I think another colleague is coming and trying to answer that. Let's listen to her. Ji ma'am.
Ma'am, it's like similarities between two topics.
कुछ और अच्छा, analogies are when you are trying to, yes, bring in similarities. ठीक है, the things which have similar, like कोई example दे सकते हैं?
Example like if you're talking about a chamber or a surface, we can give an example of a room that is being heated from either house.
Okay. Or when you talk in terms of the fragrance, you can talk of the fragrance of flower, right? And then what is the difference between analogies and a metaphor? What is a metaphor, ma'am?
The metaphor is like a explanation of some expression in the form of figures, not exactly in manner of sentence. It's like a figure representation, graphical representation of any expression.
चलो कुछ ठीक हो आप, जैसे say for example you are trying to compare a boss with a lion. you're trying to compare the muscle of a man with a steel, right? Or you are, when you say you are trying to compare the roaming of an individual with the cloud, these are metaphors. The two things which are incomparable, but you try to build the relationship between the two, these are metaphors. Or when you are trying to, आप माइक ऑफ कर देंगे मैम, थैंक यू सो मच. आपके माइक में काफी प्रॉब्लम है, तो काइंडली गेट इट चेक. सो अ टीचर कैन यूज एग्जाम्पल्स, analogies, metaphors, use mnemonics, use tables, use a comparison between different things, bringing out the differences and similarities, or show technical diagrams or graphical representations for explaining the various concepts, principles, and theories. When you make use of these things, I think the learning is higher, the learning is greater, and the person is able to remember the things for a long period of time. And here, when you're talking about the various aspects, maybe in the process of learning, you evolve your own strategies for learning the things. If a teacher has evolved any new strategy, that can be shared with the students so as to enable them to learn the things at a faster and easier way. So try to use these things to facilitate learning. Then comes eliciting performance. Eliciting performance, the purpose of eliciting performance is to assure yourself of the learning on the part of the student. So जब आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, बीच बीच में you pose questions, and you don't pose questions which are only at the remembering level, define, state, explain. नहीं, ऐसे नहीं करेंगे. We go beyond that. Maybe why, how questions are more important in building up the higher level abilities among the students. Ask them why it has happened, why and how. Questions when you pose to the students. Then you can have rapid fire questions. Maybe you have dealt with 15 minutes a topic. At the end of 15 minutes, you have 5 questions which are multiple choice type, and you have shown it, say on the PowerPoint, you have the statement, you have the 4 alternatives, and quickly you pose those 5 questions to your class. And you make sure that whatever you have taught, they have understood correctly. Or maybe once you have completed the topic and for 50 minutes you taught, so you have 10 questions which you are orally posing to your students, and they are trying to reply to those 10 questions which highlight the major points covered in the topic. So rapid fire questions can be used to elicit performance on the part of the students. Then assigning a task to the student. Simply when you are dealing with numericals, derivations, chemical equations, and so on, at the end you can give a task. Or you have taught a language, how to write a program in a particular language. So maybe a small program is to be written by the students, which requires only 10 to 15 minutes. So at the end of the class, you are giving a small task to make sure that they have understood how to write a program in a particular language. Or you have taught them how to give instructions, so they are writing a set of 5 to 6 or 10 instructions at the end of the class. That itself will give you an idea whether they have understood or not. Demonstrate the acquired skill by performing a task. These are all that you can think of other alternatives which can be used to assure yourself on the understanding of the subject. Once they have performed a task, they have given an answer to your question, then it is always good to give or provide knowledge of results to the students. You must tell them whether the answer given by them is right or wrong. That knowledge of results must be given to them. And the best feedback is one which is task related. You restrict yourself to only providing feedback which is relevant to the task. Don't enter into giving generalized comments to the student. Sometimes we say you are not capable of doing anything. Now this is a very, I would say, hurting content which undermines the self-worth of an individual. So try to avoid that. Only say, you have done this problem, this part of the problem is right, and from here onwards, your work is wrong. And then it has to be very objective, no subjectivity. So you should be very objective while you are providing feedback to different students in the class. According to the criteria, you cannot simply say very good because you like the student, so you say very good. But you tell him what is right, what is wrong, and it has to be according to the criteria. And it has to be very specific, pinpoint what is lacking, what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong, and corrective, how to improve upon the wrong part of it. So provide that direction to the student so that he can improve his or her performance. And it is said delayed feedback is no feedback. So if a student has given you a right answer and you are very happy, at that particular point of time, you should say, excellent, very well done. So otherwise, if you say after the class or maybe 10 days after the class, it has no meaning for the student. So the feedback which you provide has to be task related, objective, specific, corrective, and immediate. And once you give the feedback, the student will try to improve upon. Without feedback, you limit the chances of improvement. Now you are sure that students have rightly understood. Now they are ready for assessment. जब तक उसने सीखा नहीं, उसको assess नहीं कर सकते. लेकिन हम क्या करते हैं? We don't assure ourselves of the student learning and we give them tests which are graded. So make sure that they have understood, they have learned, only then the assessment of performance would start. And assessment, I said that tests are not the only means of assessing student performance. You need to use variety of techniques of assessment. You can give an assignment based upon what you have taught, but the answer may not be available only in one book. So you need to give a variety of sources of information to the student to make sure that he doesn't copy from one book and submit the assignment. Make sure that the assignment which you pick up is not a direct question given at the end of the book. So you give an assignment which is required and which require use of multiple sources, and today you have lot of information on internet. But for that matter, a teacher himself or herself need to have the knowledge of the various sites which are pertinent and from where the student gets a credible source of information. You try to identify, say, 5 to 6 sites, because you cannot be master of lakhs of sites and you know everything which is available on lakhs of sites. So try to identify a set of, say, 5 to 6 sites where you are sure that the right, correct information is available. You try to give the tasks, assignments based upon those sites, give the reference of those sites, and leave the students now to complete the assignment. Another thing I would say, don't give one single assignment to the whole class. Again, I would say divide the class into groups of 5 to 6 students. Design 6 assignments from the same topic. Divide one particular assignment among the 6 students. Give them specific pieces of tasks to be performed. And when they group the 6 pieces of task, complete assignment is ready for submission. So you fix the individual responsibility. Student is accountable for completion of that part of the assignment, and then the whole group is assessed on the basis of that assignment which has been accomplished. So what you will get, once you get say 10 assignments or 6 assignments from the class, you check all the 6 assignments, or you can get into peer evaluation, distribute the assignment to different groups for evaluation, and then you exchange assignments. 6 ग्रुप्स ने किए हैं तो 6 की 6 असाइनमेंट हर ग्रुप के पास है. So students, they learn from each other, and the sources which have been tapped, they are also widening their knowledge with respect to the sources of information, and the whole topic can be covered through 6 different assignments given in the topic. Another is, जब assignment है, make sure that assignment, how you are going to grade that assignment, what will be the criteria of grading the assignment, that must be given to the student in the beginning or well in advance, so that while they are preparing the assignment, they are keeping in mind the criteria, and once you have graded, you give back the assignment, and then they can grade themselves against that criteria. The satisfaction would be more, the queries will be less, the dissatisfaction will be less on the part of the student, and you will remain more objective while assessing the assignments. You can also give a minor project work based upon what you have taught. So minor projects they have to accomplish. Now say for example, you can use strategy, you can use seminar project as a strategy for teaching, or you can use it as the assessment strategy. So here I am talking only about assessment strategy. So say for example, you have dealt with switches and gears. Now you are giving that small project, make a small survey of the market, local market, try to gather information what all different types of gears are available in the market, what are their specifications, what are their brands, what is their performance, and what is the price. And a student, say again in groups, they take up the activity, they come and collate that information in the class, and you get lot of information regarding the gears which are locally available in the market. So students can be given such small projects for assuring and grading. Their understanding is tested through the project. Likewise, a seminar. A student, now you give an advanced problem. You raise an issue to which a student tries to find a solution, and that again may be in groups, and you organize seminar. And what you can do is, seminar can be based upon, say, by the completion of 3 months, you have taught 4 topics. So you are dividing the class into say 4 groups or 8 groups, and then you are dividing what you have covered, and you give seminar to each group, and by turns they are presenting a seminar on the given topic, and you are trying to grade them. Again, I would say self, peer and teacher evaluation can be done on the basis of the well-defined criteria. Test, as we go in for, so class tests which you are doing, they can be one form of assessing the performance of the students. So you can take up these variety of techniques can be used for assessing student performance in theory. Now coming to the end, these are 9. One is left, I think, promoting retention. If you can see here, the last one is enhancing retention and transfer. What can be done to enhance the retention of the learned material? The easiest way is that you have the periodic review of what they have learned. And many of the teachers would question me that we don't get time to complete the syllabus. Where is the question of reviewing the syllabus? But mind it, I would say don't spoon feed your student. Don't deal with every minute element of the syllabus. Give an overview of the topic, leave something to be studied on their own, then have discussion in the class. And after you have covered 2 topics, then keep one class for clarifying the doubts, satisfying the questions of the students, and you have that session organized for one class period. When you say you come prepared with 2 topics, any questions you have with, related to those 2 topics, we'll have discussion in the class, and thereby you try to review what they have already covered. Transfer of training or transfer of learning is when you use examples from wide variety of settings. You give them example of the day-to-day life. You give them example of the world of work, where the concepts, principles, theories, procedures are followed. In a way, you are promoting transfer of learning, where this learning will be applicable. So here at the end, I would say that again you can see that the process of learning and the events of learning, there is a direct match between the two. The process of learning starts with attention. So gaining attention is the first event of instruction. Expectancy, that is, you arouse the expectancy among the learners, and how you achieve that is the second event of instruction, when you tell the learners of what they'll be able to do at the end of unit of instruction. You are trying to arouse the necessary expectancy among the learners to learn. Then the next step is retrieval to working memory. So whatever they already know, that should be brought to the working memory, the short-term memory, which it is also referred to as short-term memory. And how a teacher does that? A teacher does that by bringing the previous knowledge to the working memory, by posing questions, by giving verbal cues, by giving certain tasks whereby they recall the previously learned concepts, principles and theories. Then next one is the selective perception, because whatever information you receive from the environment, you give meaning to selected information, and that is where the question comes, how a teacher presents the information. And all the principles of perceptions, they need to be kept in mind while sequencing, organizing the content matter, while dealing with it in the class, and also the principles which I said, defining the technical terms, building the explanation, using the examples, involving the learners, then paying attention to your communication, both verbal and non-verbal communication skills, and also giving them opportunity to clarify their doubts, and integrating media into teaching learning. So presenting stimulus, you are trying to actually facilitate the perception of the student. And then providing learning guidance. This is primarily to enable the learner to shift or transfer the material from short-term memory to long-term memory. So you are trying to give him the strategies like mnemonics, analogies, examples, comparisons, illustrations to facilitate transfer of new material from the working memory to long-term memory. And then comes the responding in the learning process, and that you are trying to do with the help of eliciting performance by posing question, by giving him tasks, exercising or any performance task. And providing feedback comes while he responds, you are providing feedback. Reinforcement means you are appreciating, giving praise, giving encouragement, and while you are providing feedback, you are doing that reinforcing. Then comes assessing performance, that is, you are trying to assess the student learning through tests, through seminars, through project work, and one is enhancing retention and transfer. That is, you are trying to periodically review the material as well as give examples where the information is applicable. So you find that there is a match between the learning process and the events of instruction, and these events of instruction, when they are integrated into the delivery of instruction, chances are greater that you will be able to achieve the objectives of your topic. So I stop here. If there is any question from any one of the members who is attending the program, you are welcome. Yes? Jaipur College, do we have any question?
Oh, thanks, ma'am.
एक मिनट, मुझे आप ये बताएंगे how many people are there at your center? कितने लोग अटेंड कर रहे हैं प्रोग्राम? जयपुर कॉलेज,
Yes, ma'am.
कितने
Hello.
टीचर्स आपके अटेंड कर रहे हैं प्रोग्राम?
मैम आवाज क्लियर नहीं
आपके
आपका।
नाम कितने
31 मैम।
हाँ जी,
31 एनरोल है।
जयपुर कॉलेज 31, मुझे तो नजर नहीं आ रहे हो आप बैठे हुए. हाउ मेनी आर हियर राइट नाउ?
राइट नाउ इस समय 7 है मैम।
ये 7 और 31 का क्या कॉम्बिनेशन है सर?
मैम इस समय थोड़ा वो बाथरूम और लंच करने चले गए थे वो।
नहीं, एक मिनट, ऐसा है, अगर all the 31 cannot attend the program, so please talk to the director and make sure that all the 31 attend the program.
यस मैम, कंटिन्यू।
नहीं, मुझे बात करनी। Who is the local coordinator आप में से?
हाँ, मैं माई सेल्फ दीपेंद्र खंडेलवाल।
हाँ जी,
दीपेंद्र खंडेलवाल।
जितेंद्र खंडेलवाल. Okay. So Jitendra ji, please make sure all 31 attend the program. Otherwise, I have to take a decision
Yes,
whether to
ma'am.
continue with or not. Fine.
नेक्स्ट।
Thank you. Aryan College of Engineering.
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ जी, आपने मुझे कहा 20 teachers are participating, but I find only 6 to 7 members sitting in the class. बाकी कहाँ हैं?
Ma'am, there are 11 faculties right now.
Okay.
And
बाकी
ma'am, some of the faculties have gone for lectures.
ऐसा है, एक रिक्वेस्ट मेरी रहेगी कि अगर
Yes, ma'am.
जो लोग स्पॉन्सर्ड हैं उनकी क्लासेस दे कैन बी एडजस्टेड विद अदर टीचर्स हु आर नॉट स्पॉन्सर्ड फॉर द प्रोग्राम, देन इट विल बी फाइन, अदरवाइज इट डजंट मेक सेंस. ठीक है मैम?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
आपके यहाँ से लोकल कोऑर्डिनेटर कौन है? आर्यन कॉलेज
Yes.
कौन है?
Local coordinator is Professor Dhananjay Gupta.
सरी है? अच्छा, ठीक है, तो काइंडली आप सर से बात करके जो स्पॉन्सर्ड हैं दे बी मेड टू अटेंड द प्रोग्राम. ठीक है जी. And
Yeah, ma'am,
Rajasthan College, I find that most of the people are sitting there. So may I know, ma'am, Dr. Seema Singh,
Yes,
ma'am, how many teachers would be attending the program?
Right now, 35 have signed it, but we are
Okay.
expecting 5, 6 more from Kilan Polytechnic College. They have spoken to me yesterday.
ओके आई एम सो थैंकफुल आपके यहाँ सबसे अच्छी अटेंडेंस रही है सो कीप इट अप एंड आई विल रिक्वेस्ट दैट ऑल द मेंबर्स हु हैव रजिस्टर्ड दे अटेंड द प्रोग्राम सो एनी क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम द ऑडियंस साइड RCW हाँ जी any member would like to pose a question or seek clarification or would like to supplement is welcome
Ma'am, there is one question which
जी बोलिए बोलिए
we were discussing about that when we give assignment to a student, most
जी
of the time they copy from each other.
हाँ जी
So
so
how do we solve this problem?
या उसके लिए पहला जो मैंने पहले भी बोला है when you are giving assignments one thing make sure that it is not a direct question from the book avoid that if you are giving a direct question they are able to find direct answer from the book another one is to curb copying give different assignment to different groups of students second one. Third one, now is an era of technology and students do cut, copy and paste culture. That is very prevalent among the student as well as the faculty. So I would request, ask the students to write the assignment in their own hands and submit. उसके लिए ये ज़रूरी हो जाएगा कि they'll refer to the sources, write in their own hands and submit. ठीक है तो different assignment for different students if you can plan that will help you to overcome this problem
Yeah, ma'am, this is a very good, nice idea that you have given.
and this is what we are utilizing at NITTR so while I teach I try to give 4 to 5 assignments to the students
Thank you,
any
ma'am.
any other question you have Ji or anything you would like to say you have all received a copy of the program schedule if you have any suggestions to that schedule also you are welcome you can go through the schedule if you find any topic which is of interest doesn't find place but relevant to the program and you would like to give suggestion even that suggestion is welcome fine
Ma'am, we will see and then we'll give you after some time. But
okay
one question that I am having,
Hanji
as
please
on Thursday we have to give two presentations on how to teach. So what should be the topic of those presentations which we
yeah,
have?
topic for the presentation will be a topic from the subject a teacher is teaching at the graduation level. So subject being taught by the teacher, one topic for 15 minutes he or she has to make a presentation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. We break for lunch and reassemble at 2 o'clock for 2:10 पे आ जाओ 2:10 and we start with our last presentation of the day that is motivating students. So Aryan College and the Jaipur College, my request make sure all the teachers who have been sponsored they attend the session. थैंक यू वेरी मच सी यू एट कोई क्वेश्चन तो नहीं है आर्य कॉलेज और जयपुर कॉलेज से एनी क्वेश्चन
No, ma'am. Thank you.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सी यू एट 2:10
Okay, well, good afternoon, dear friends. My name is Dr. Sunil Dutt. I am working as Professor of Education in Department of Education, NITTT at Chandigarh. Basically, I am a science postgraduate. I did my post-graduation in chemistry, thereafter shifted to education and did my PhD in education, all from Punjab University, Chandigarh. After working for about 2.5 years in industries, I joined teaching profession as a lecturer in a college of education at Ambala city and worked there for 7 years from 1985 to 1992. I joined this institution in 1992 and presently holding the position of professor of education and also professor in charge academic cell, which is responsible for admission and examination of ME and PhD programs. I am also working as Central Public Information Officer under RTI Act 2005. I have to my credit 29 PhD dissertation registered with Punjab University Chandigarh and got published 4 textbooks in the area of education technology and also got published about 42 papers in various national and international journals. Now coming to today's very important session. Dear friends, in any classroom, any laboratory, any workshop, every teacher wants better results. Every teacher wants better performance of his students towards the attainment of classroom objective. Performance. For performance, what is very much essential? The teacher wants that his students should possess ability or abilities of doing the work efficiently, and abilities include knowledge and skill. And if I ask you what is knowledge, knowledge means what does someone need to be able to do, that is theory part. And what is skill, what does someone be able to carry out, okay, perform, that is the skill part. Now does that suffice? Can the ability or training of students alone bring good results? Certainly not. So what is needed? Teacher wants that his students should have willingness or eagerness to exert high level of efforts in addition to their ability for doing the work. Now again a problem before the teacher, how to have his trained and able students who are encouraged, who are impelled towards classroom activities. And this is precisely what we mean by challenge of motivation, that is what motivates students and how students can be motivated. So this is today's session, and motivation, you see, is very essential, and a good teacher always motivates his students. So it means for performance, ability and willingness, that is ability and motivation, both are necessary, and if motivation is missing, naturally performance will be low. And if you want to enhance the performance of your students, you need to motivate them towards the classroom objective. So motivating student, and in this session we will first of all focus on concept of motivation, because many teachers do not know the meaning of motivation or the concept of motivation, what constitutes motivation, and what are the types of motivation. Motivation can be extrinsic, it can be intrinsic. Okay, extrinsic motivation means when a person or when a student does not learn of his own accord but under the influence of some external motivator. For example, at home the father says, if you get all A's you will get 100 rupee or you will get bike. So that acts as a external motivator. Whereas intrinsic motivation can be conceived as a state which forces the individual to do something or to learn something for his own personal satisfaction or for broadening his own mental horizon. So there are basically two types of motivation, and then we will focus on approaches to motivation. We will not touch upon the theories of motivation because for you theories are not very important. We'll discuss about approaches, because motivation can be regarded as you can say as a kind of resistance to learn. Okay, and there are various approach which can be used to minimize student resistance to learning. One is the behavioral approach, which makes use of extrinsic motivation to to uh, reinforce the desired kind of behavior. Second is the cognitive approach, which makes use of intrinsic motivator. And third one is the growth approach. And according to this approach, once the lower level needs are met to some extent, can the individual pursue for the development of higher level need, that is need for self actualization. And at the end we will learn about the techniques of motivating students. And of course you will also participate in the today's session, and because many of you have a lot of experience and you might have employed number of techniques of motivating students, we want that you should share those techniques with the other faculty colleagues, and so that we all can be benefited. Now you see, how do you motivate students who are not motivated? Because many a times we come across various types of student behavior. Some students are, you see, very much interested. Some take active part in the session or in the activities being carried out in the classroom. Some find classroom lecture very much interesting, quite absorbing. Some find classroom lecture very much boring and they are not able to concentrate. Some students excel in particular subject, or some students lack in some other subject. So one of the factor which is responsible for these varied differences in behavior is the lack of motivation or giving motivation. So why does this student not do anything? Why he is not motivated? Why is this student lazy? What I am doing wrong? Is what I am teaching boring? How can I motivate students? Because teachers generally ask, what can we do to motivate students to learn? You see, question is very simple, but the answer is not very straightforward, because the typical procedures that the teachers employ for motivating their students are very often indirect and subtle. Okay, so you think about a highly motivated students, and what are some signs of a motivated students? You can easily make a list of salt, then he can be made, you can say, want drink water. So unless you give him plenty of salt first, So similar technique can be applied to classroom situation. That is, you cannot force a student to learn, okay, uh, to learn something, but you can always make him want to learn by salting your techniques of teaching for creating their interest and attention. So motivation is very important, and a very good teacher always inspires his or her students. Now coming to what is meant by motivation. Motivation is actually concerned with why of behavior, the reason behind people putting in effort. You see, आप जनरल लाइफ में भी देख लीजिए, आप कोई भी काम करते हैं, आपके पीछे माइंड में कोई नीड है, कोई मोटिव है, और उस मोटिव को फुलफिल करने के लिए आप अपने बिहेवियर में चेंज लाते हैं। से आप अपने एचओडी से कोई फेवर लेना चाहते हैं, तो क्या करेंगे, जो उसने आपको काम अलॉट किया हुआ है उसको पहले कंप्लीट करके ले जाएंगे, so that he or she is convinced and that you can आपकी जो फेवर है वो मीट हो जाएगी. Okay, so it is concerned with why of behavior, the reason behind people putting in effort. Actually this word has been taken from a Latin word movere, which means to move, and when you apply to classroom situation, it means taking all these students together to reach the goals effectively and efficiently. Motivation is a process which leads the individual to attempt to satisfy some need. It is the hidden force within us which impels us to behave in a particular way. And I would say that motivation refers to motives in action. Motive means something that makes a person act in a particular way. So motivation means what makes people put real effort and energy into what they do, getting people to do willingly and well those things which have to be done. Okay, so motivated behavior, you see, is always a goal directed behavior, and the strength of motive or the pattern of motive influences a person's action, his thoughts, or his behavior. Okay, so now let me give you a brief description about the process of motivation. As I told you that motivation begins with need that exists within us all, and if the need is not fulfilled, then it causes some kind of tension, and tension could be physiological or it could be psychological, so it causes tension. Now when a person is tense, what he will do, he will try to think about some strategy, he will prepare an action plan to reach that particular goal. So tension will cause him to decide about a particular action plan, so he decides about some strategy, and the purpose is to get the relief. So it's a process. Okay, और ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आपको हर एक्शन के बाद रिलीफ मिले, तो उस समय हमें क्या करना है, दूसरा एक्शन प्लान बनाना है, तीसरा एक्शन प्लान बनाना है, सो दैट वी, वो कहते हैं ना, लगे रहो. तो जब तक हम लगे रहेंगे तो वो हम अपने टारगेट को अचीव कर पाएंगे. ओके, सो मोटिवेशन actually begins with need that exists within us all, and if the need is not fulfilled, we establish some goal and try to create or take some action to achieve goal which will help satisfy our need. अब मैं आपको उदाहरण देता हूँ. Say if you are very much thirsty or hungry, nothing will be able to motivate you unless that need for food or thirst is met to some extent. Okay, so that need is very essential. क्या हुआ? तो जाए मेरी, तो मैंने इतना दोबारा बोलो फिर. Okay, so process of motivation. Now we'll move to the types of motivation. One is the extrinsic motivation. Okay, extrinsic motivation needs to complete a task or perform an activity for the sake of a reward, privilege, or externally derived satisfaction. You see, students who aim to achieve good grades or who want to gain the attention of the teacher, such student is extrinsically motivated. सो आप बिगिनिंग में स्टूडेंट को मोटिवेट करने के लिए एक्सटर्नल मोटिवेटर प्रोवाइड कीजिए. ओके, जैसे मैंने बोला दैट द टीचर can provide extensive motivation in the form of appreciation. Yes, you have said very rightly, wonderful, you are very much outstanding. Okay, so जैसे मान लीजिए हमने क्लासरूम में कोई क्वेश्चन पूछा और किसी स्टूडेंट ने हाथ खड़ा किया एंड वी रिक्वेस्टेड हिम टू आंसर द क्वेश्चन, सो उसने आंसर को राइटली बताया. देन यू से वंडरफुल रमेश जी, यू हैव सेड वेरी राइटली. सी, मैंने उस बच्चे को रोल नंबर से कॉल नहीं किया, मैंने उसको उसके नाम से बोला और उसको बोला यस यू हैव सेड वेरी राइटली, बिकॉज दिस इज ए मोटिवेटिंग टेक्निक. Because a person's name is to him or her the most important and most sweetest sound. So put in some effort and try to remember the names of your students. As I said, because a name to a student is very much you can say sweetest to him. Okay, so it is not inherent. External motivation is not inherent. It is something which is administered by some external agent. At home, parents, elder brother, sister, they are the external agent, and in the classroom, teacher is the external agent. So this is extrinsic motivation. Now we move to the second type of motivation, intrinsic motivation. What has been internalized and is it derived to do things for their own sake or self reward. जैसा कि मैंने पहले बोला था, that it is a state which forces the individual to do something or to learn something for his own sake, for his own satisfaction, or for broadening his own mental horizon. The feeling of happiness that working on some mathematical problem produces, or feeling of pride that learning to spell some word correctly produces. Okay, so ये हमें खुद को जो है सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलती है, हम किसी और को दिखाने के लिए मोटिवेटेड नहीं है. You see students who aim for personal satisfaction from reading or who have an inherent desire to learn about some topic are intrinsically motivated. So initially हम student को externally जो है extrinsic motivation दें और धीरे धीरे extrinsic motivation की जो frequency है या उसका जो तीव्रता है वो कम करते हुए उसको इंट्रिंसिकली मोटिवेट होने के लिए हम कहें. अब मैं आपके सामने एक एग्जांपल रखता हूँ. कई बार क्या होता है, स्टूडेंट जब क्लासरूम में बैठे होते हैं, दे वांट टू नो व्हाई दे आर सिटिंग इन द क्लासरूम, और टीचर क्लासरूम में आते हैं, ही एंटर्स द क्लासरूम एंड सेज दैट टुडे आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक टू यू अबाउट इनर्शिया. अब वो कहता है, स्टूडेंट कहता है सर दिस इज योर हेडेक, प्लीज गो एंड ब्रेक योर हेड. क्योंकि मैंने उनका अटेंशन अभी गेन नहीं किया, उनका मैंने इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट नहीं किया, मैंने सिंपली बोला मे आई हैव योर अटेंशन प्लीज. ऐसा कहने से कोई अटेंशन नहीं देगा. अब मुझे क्या करना है, उनको मोटिवेट करना है. तो मोटिवेट करने के लिए मुझे सबसे पहले उस टॉपिक का रेलेवेंस बताना है, उस टॉपिक का सिग्निफिकेंस बताना है, उस टॉपिक की नीड बतानी है. जब तक वो कन्विंस नहीं होता व्हाई दिस टॉपिक इज वेरी एसेंशियल, वो मोटिवेटेड नहीं होगा. मैं आप उदाहरण देता हूँ. से आई कीप सम से ऑब्जेक्ट, ओके, ऑन द टेबल एंड आई आस्क व्हाट इज द पोजीशन ऑफ दिस ऑब्जेक्ट. he or she will say that it is at rest. On switching on the fan, I can again ask another question, what is the position of this fan? He or she will say that it is in motion. Now this is at rest. How can we bring it into motion? They will obviously say that by pushing or by pulling it can be made into motion. Okay, now suppose you are sitting in a moving bus and the driver suddenly applies brakes. What happens? We go forward. And what happens when the driver suddenly starts the bus? We go backward. Why are these due to? Now, if this topic is for a student of class 7, he might not be knowing about the reason. Then you say that these are due to laws of inertia, and today in this session we will learn laws of inertia. Then you go to board and write in the middle laws of inertia, and on the left hand side you give them the content outline of your lecture. That first of all we will learn the concept of inertia, then the types of inertia, that is inertia of rest, inertia of motion, inertia of direction, and then the examples. You see, introduction plays a very important role when a teacher comes to the classroom. So it includes two activities. One is review of prerequisites and second is overview of your lecture. क्योंकि स्टूडेंट क्लासरूम में जब बैठे हैं, टीचर एंटर करता है, दे वांट टू नो व्हाई दे आर सिटिंग इन द क्लासरूम. तो जब व्हाई पार्ट उनको बता दिया, राइट, तो स्टूडेंट जो हैं दे विल स्टार्ट टेकिंग इंटरेस्ट इन द classroom and they will start giving their attention to the teacher. So motivation in starting में. और अच्छा, जब आप बच्चे को आपने कन्विंस कर दिया, उसको ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बता दिए, जब उसको पता चल गया that after this topic is over they will be able to define inertia, they will be able to explain inertia of rest with example, they will be able to explain inertia of motion with example. अब उनको पता है कि हम सेशन के बाद में हमारे में ये कैपेबिलिटीज डेवलप हो जाएंगी नेचुरली. वो इंटरेस्ट.
एक्सक्यूज मी सर.
हाँ जी,
हमारे कॉलेज से बोल रहे हैं, हमको आपकी आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे पा रही है सर.
कौन सा कॉलेज है?
आपकी बिल्कुल भी आवाज नहीं आ पा रही है सर हमारे पास.
देखो भी
स्पीकर हमारे ऑन है.
कौन सा कॉलेज चेक करो. ये अपने आप ही ऑफ हो जाता है. अब आ रही है? आपको आवाज आ रही है? हेलो, आवाज आ रही है? हेलो, देखो जरा.
RCW sir, here at RCW there is a video and as well as sound, both are there.
ओके, तो कहाँ पर किस सेंटर में साउंड नहीं आ रही?
वो बताए ना हम.
Okay, so now I'll continue. So intrinsic motivation means what has been internalized and the drive to do things for their own sake or for self-reward. Now let us come to the approaches to motivation. As I told you in the beginning that motivation can be regarded as a way to overcome student resistance to learning, because students resist, and there are three approaches which can be employed to minimize student resistance to learning. One is behavioral approach, which makes use of external motivator to, you can say, to reinforce the desired kind of behavior. So extrinsic motivation, according to this approach, people are motivated to obtain reinforcers and avoid punishment, and it is not inherent. It is something which is administered by some external agent, जैसा कि मैंने पहले बोला था. So this perspective on motivation helps explain why some students submit assignments on time, why some students try to finish the work as assigned, or why they try to please their teacher. It means something in the environment reinforces these behavior, or these behavior help the student avoid some kind of punishment. Now you have to be very cautious. Do not overdo it. Use you can say moderation when administering this kind of motivation, because otherwise students will feel that you are trying to manipulate them. यानी आप उनसे काम लेने के लिए उनको इस तरह से बोल रहे हैं. जैसे मैंने आप देखिए घर में मदर है, वो शाम को बच्चे को एक दूध का गिलास देती है, तो बच्चा, आप जानते सब बच्चे दूध नहीं पीते, तो बेटा आप दूध पियो, आपको हम चॉकलेट देंगे या इवनिंग में आपको सॉफ्टी मिलेगी. ओके, सो ही ड्रिंक्स मिल्क ओनली इन ऑर्डर टू ऑब्टेन सम चॉकलेट और सम सॉफ्टी. ओके, अगले दिन फिर, उसके अगले दिन फिर आप हर बार वो कहेंगे, देन ही विल बी डिपेंडेंट. तभी मैंने आपको बोला, अगर हम बच्चे को दूध पीने का लॉन्ग टर्म बेनिफिट बताते हैं, देन ही और शी विल स्टार्ट टेकिंग मिल्क. इसी तरह मैंने क्लासरूम में बोला कि जब तक हम बच्चे को वाई पार्ट पहले नहीं बताते, बच्चा क्लासरूम में इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेगा, वो अटेंशन आपको नहीं देगा. आप जबरदस्ती उसको मे आई हैव योर अटेंशन प्लीज कह के बोलेंगे तो देंगे, लेकिन उनका इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट नहीं होगा. मैं एक एग्जांपल और देता हूं, बड़ा सिंपल सा एग्जांपल है. बर्फ से पानी कैसे बनता है? ऑब्वियसली आपके पास रिस्पॉन्स आएगा कि भाई इसको हीट करेंगे तो पानी बन जाएगा. वंडरफुल. पानी से फिर बर्फ कैसे बनती है? रिस्पॉन्स मिलेगा कि उसको रेफ्रिजरेटर में रखेंगे, आइस बन जाएगी. गुड. दूध से दही कैसे बनता है? जब बोलेगा थोड़ा सा उसमें कर्ड डालेंगे, उसको कुछ देर के लिए स्टेबल करके रखेंगे, कर्ड बन जाएगा. और दही से दोबारा दूध कैसे बनता है? सर नहीं बन सकता. तो अब मेरा क्वेश्चन क्या है कि पानी का बर्फ तो बनना और बर्फ का फिर से पानी बन जाना, लेकिन दूध का दही तो बनना, दही से दोबारा दूध ना बनना, ऐसा क्यों होता है? अब ये 5वीं 6ठी क्लास के बच्चे का टॉपिक है, उसने अपनी डेली लाइफ में ये सारा कुछ देखा हुआ है, बट ही डजंट नो व्हाई. देन यू से दैट दीज आर ड्यू टू physical and chemical changes taking place in the matter. So today in this session we will learn the concept of physical and chemical change. अब आप बोर्ड पे जाएंगे, देखेंगे सेंटर में फिजिकल एंड केमिकल चेंज, और लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में आप ओवरव्यू देंगे अपने टॉपिक का कि आज इस सेशन में सबसे पहले कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ फिजिकल चेंज, कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ केमिकल. अब मैं आपसे सवाल पूछता हूं, हम में से कितने टीचर्स जो हैं बच्चों को टॉपिक को इस तरह से इंट्रोड्यूस करवा के और फिर एक ओवरव्यू देते हैं लेक्चर का? क्योंकि इस टीचर क्लासरूम में आता है, एक बार बोल दिया, और कई बार तो आप देखेंगे, आपने भी अपनी टीचिंग डेज रिकॉल कीजिए कि कुछ टीचर आते हैं क्लासरूम में, टॉपिक शुरू कर देते हैं, पता नहीं चलता टॉपिक क्या, 10 मिनट बीत जाते हैं, 15 मिनट बीत जाते हैं, बच्चों को समझ नहीं आता टॉपिक है क्या. तो बोर्ड पे टॉपिक लिखना बहुत जरूरी है, और लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में बोर्ड के आप कंटेंट का ओवरव्यू दीजिए. तो तभी मैंने बोला कि जो इंट्रोडक्शन है इसमें 2 चीजें होनी चाहिए. वन इज रिव्यू ऑफ प्री रिक्विजिट, क्योंकि जो आपने पिछले सेमेस्टर में पढ़ाया और अगर उसका कनेक्शन आज के टॉपिक के साथ है, पहले उसका रिव्यू कीजिए. रिव्यू में या तो आप उसका ओवरव्यू दे दीजिए, और यू में आस्क फ्यू क्वेश्चन. जैसे मैंने क्वेश्चन आपसे पूछे, अभी मैंने इनर्शिया वाला टॉपिक लिया, मैंने कल रेस्ट का कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ाया, मोशन का कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ाया, फोर्स का कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ाया, तो आज मैं इनर्शिया के साथ लिंक करने जा रहा हूं. सो और फिर मैंने क्या बोला, आपने एक चीज और नोटिस की होगी, मैंने बोला दैट इन दिस सेशन वी विल लर्न फिजिकल एंड केमिकल चेंज. जनरली टीचर क्लासरूम में जाता है, वो क्या कहता है, टुडे माय टॉपिक इज दिस, टुडे आई एम गोइंग टू टॉक टू यू अबाउट दिस थिंग, टुडे आई विल डिस्कस, आई विल. नाउ यू सी स्टूडेंट्स आर also participating in the classroom. मैंने क्या बोला, that in this session we will learn, because I am also learning along with my students, because they also possess some knowledge, they are adding to my vocabulary. So मैं आप भी मेरे साथ सहमत होंगे कि आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कोई किसी को टीच नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि वो गुरुओं के ज़माने चले गए जब सिर्फ नॉलेज उन्हीं के पास होती थी और हम बच्चे जो थे, शिष्य जो थे, उनके पास जाते थे. लेकिन आज के समय में सबके पास नेट है, घर में नेट है, क्लासरूम में उनके पास मोबाइल फोन में नेट है, दे आल्सो पोजेस वेरी गुड नॉलेज. हमने उनको पार्टिसिपेट करवाना है. तो आप मुझे लगता है जब नेक्स्ट वीक क्लासरूम में जाएंगे तो आप अपने सेशन को इसी तरह से इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे और बोर्ड पे टॉपिक लिखेंगे और लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में आप उनके ऑब्जेक्टिव देंगे. सो डू नॉट ओवरडू इट. यहाँ पर मैं आपको बिहेवियर मॉडिफिकेशन मॉडल डिस्कस करना चाहूंगा आपके साथ। बिहेवियर मॉडिफिकेशन क्या होता है? आई थिंक आप जानते होंगे फर्स्ट मॉड्यूल में हमने लर्निंग का कॉन्सेप्ट बताया था। लर्निंग क्या होती है? बिहेवियर मॉडिफिकेशन। टू लर्न इज टू मॉडिफाई बिहेवियर। सो बिहेवियर मॉडिफिकेशन कैन बी टर्म्ड एज लर्निंग। जैसे मान लीजिए मैंने बोला आपको मेरे पढ़ाने से पहले मोटिवेशन के बारे में कुछ कुछ पता था, बट 1.5 घंटे के सेशन के बाद you will be able to explain the concept of motivation, you will be able to describe the 3 approaches to motivation, you will be able to distinguish between extrinsic and intrinsic motivation, you will be able to describe techniques of motivating students। यानी अब आपके बिहेवियर में चेंज आ गया। तो दिस चेंज occurs as a result of some you can say valuable experiences provided to the students। So behavior motivation has got 3 components. One is stimulus. Now what is stimulus? Stimulus आप इस रूम में आप अपने हॉल में देखेंगे, you can name number of stimuli like chalkboard है, bottles पड़ी हैं, टेबल है, चेयर है, ट्यूबलाइट है, ओके, डस्टर है, एलसीडी प्रोजेक्टर है, स्क्रीन है। सो stimulus is any object, any event, any person that leads to a response। So stimulus, जब आप जैसे you are looking at so many things and you are forming some kind of response in your mind। देखो ना, आप दूसरे लोगों को भी देख रहे हो, आपके पास नोटबुक है, पेन है, चौक है, so you are looking at so many things। So stimulus is any object, any person, any event that leads to a response। अब second component क्या है? Response। And what is a response? It is a unit of behavior that follows the stimulus। देखिए आप कितनी सारी चीजें देख रहे हैं और आप अपने माइंड में हर एक चीज को देखने के बाद एक रिस्पॉन्स फॉर्मुलेट करते हैं, और जब आपको उस पर्टिकुलर स्टिमुलस के बारे में बोला जाता है देन यू रिस्पॉन्ड appropriately, right? So stimulus, response, and third is reinforcement। reinforcement क्या होता है? a consequence of the response। reinforcement is a consequence of the response। now अब मैं तीनों को क्लब करता हूं, that if a particular stimulus response you can say combination is followed by a desirable consequence, then it will be more likely that the stimulus involved will prompt the same response in future। अब देखिए मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा, बच्चे ने आंसर दिया, आई सेड वंडरफुल रमेश, यू हैव सेड वेरी राइटली। अब अगली बार क्या होगा? जब मैं सवाल पूछूंगा he would try to raise his hand, क्योंकि उसको रिकग्निशन चाहिए, उसको अपनी नीड फुलफिल करनी है। ओके, तो बहुत बार ऐसा होता है बच्चे अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स देते हैं, हम जो है वो शाबाशी नहीं देते, तो बच्चा महसूस करता है यार इतने डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन का मैंने आंसर दिया, टीचर इतना खड़ूस है कि शाबाशी भी नहीं कह सकता। देखिए यहाँ पर हमें देखो ये एप्रिसिएशन देना टीचर के हाथ में है। अगर हम स्टूडेंट्स को अप्रोप्रिएट मोमेंट पे अप्रिशिएट करते रहेंगे, यू कैन कीप ऑल योर स्टूडेंट्स इन द पाम ऑफ योर हैंड, तो उनको कंट्रोल करना बहुत आसान है। ओके, सो बिहेवियर मॉडिफिकेशन हैज गॉट 4 टेक्निक्स। 4 टेक्निक्स हैं जिनसे हम बिहेवियर को मॉडिफाई कर सकते हैं। वन इज पॉजिटिव रीइंफोर्सर्स। मैं बिगिन करूंगा विद पॉजिटिव। ए कॉन्सिक्वेंस that encourages the repetition of a given behavior is said to be positively reinforced। दोबारा बोलता हूं, a consequence that encourages the repetition of a given behavior, यानी आपने रिस्पॉन्ड किया और आपको आपका आप सेटिस्फैक्शन हो जाते हैं, आपको मिल जाता है, आप उस स्टिमुलस के प्रति फ्यूचर में भी सिमिलरली रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगे। सो दोबारा बोलता हूं, बिहेवियर which is accompanied by satisfaction on the part of individual is likely to be permanent or you can say repeated than the behavior which is accompanied by dissatisfaction or failure। so पहली टेक्निक है पॉजिटिव रीइंफोर्सर। सेकंड है अवॉइडेंस लर्निंग, जिसको हम बोलेंगे नेगेटिव रीइंफोर्समेंट. इट मीन्स गिविंग एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू द इंडिविजुअल टू exhibit the desirable behavior. ओके, अपॉर्चुनिटी. जैसे मान लीजिए अभी एक स्टूडेंट है, उसने एक असाइनमेंट सबमिट किया, तो मैं उसके ऊपर लिखता हूँ मिस्टर रमेश, या उसको बोल के बताता हूँ मिस्टर रमेश, दिस असाइनमेंट इज नॉट अप टू योर यूजुअल स्टैंडर्ड, इट हैज गॉट सम स्पेलिंग एरर. मैंने पहले उसकी तारीफ की है कि आप हमेशा असाइनमेंट बहुत बढ़िया बनाते हैं, लेकिन आज इस असाइनमेंट में कुछ स्पेलिंग एरर रह गए हैं. सो इट मीन्स आई एम गिविंग हिम सम अपॉर्चुनिटी टू ओवरकम और टू मिनिमाइज this kind of negative behavior. So what he will do next time? He will try to incorporate spell check before submitting the assignment in order to avoid the future criticism. So avoidance learning takes place when a person learns to avoid or escape from unpleasant consequences. We learn to drive safely. Why? In order to avoid accident. Okay, so this takes place when our peers or our superiors criticize the work. Now यहाँ पर मैंने, you have to be very careful. I am giving him feedback, constructive feedback, informative feedback. The purpose of giving feedback is to improve. The purpose is not to prove. Yeah, this work is typical of you, short on facts and badly presented, very bad. It means I am directly attacking the individual, I am directly criticizing the work and not his work. Okay, so you see, even a good person, you will agree with me, can produce some poor work. The idea is to point out the work, not the person. Okay, so these two techniques, one is avoidance learning and second is negative reinforcement, can be used to increase the frequency of desirable behavior. अब तीसरी टेक्निक पे चलते हैं, एक्सटिंक्शन. दिस इन्वॉल्व्स गिविंग नो reinforcement or withdrawing already given reinforcement as a result of his undesirable behavior. उसका बिहेवियर डिजायरेबल नहीं है, तो हमने जो पहले एक पॉजिटिव रीइंफोर्समेंट दिया हुआ था उसको विड्रॉ कर लिया या उसको नहीं दिया. अब क्लासरूम में इसको कैसे अप्लाई करेंगे? मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जैसे मान लीजिए एक स्टूडेंट है, वो बार बार पेन को खोलता है, बंद करता है, ही इज क्रिएटिंग सम काइंड ऑफ नॉइज. एक तो है मैं उसको डांट के बाहर भेज दूं, दिस इज नॉट गुड आइडिया. ओके, और सेकंड क्या टेक्निक है जो मैं सोचता हूँ लगा सकता हूँ, मैं उसकी तरफ पीठ करके खड़ा हो सकता हूँ. इट मीन्स आई एम इग्नोरिंग हिम. इग्नोर करना भी बहुत बड़ी सजा होती है. आप अपने डेली लाइफ में आप डिस्कस करते हैं अपने कलीग के साथ, यार मैं उस समय वहां था, तुमने मुझे इग्नोर किया, आई फेल्ट वेरी बैड. सो मैंने उसको इग्नोर किया, उस नेगेटिव बिहेवियर को मैंने इग्नोर किया, राइट. और अगर वो फिर भी नहीं मानता, देन द फोर्थ टेक्निक इज पनिशमेंट, दैट इज गिविंग नो यू कैन से रीइंफोर्समेंट. तो पनिशमेंट जो है, इट शुड बी गिवन इन प्राइवेट. कहते हैं ना, एप्रिसिएशन तो पब्लिक में देनी चाहिए ताकि सबको पता चले और ही फील्स मोटिवेटेड. लेकिन क्रिटिसिज्म भी देनी है, उसको रूम में बुलाइए कि आप मेरे रूम में आइए, आई विल डिस्कस विद यू, देन यू कैन डिस्कस विद हिम. सो डोंट गिव पनिशमेंट in front of their friends. Okay, so these are the 4 techniques which can be employed for modifying the behavior of the students. Behavior modification, मैंने पहले बोला, it is called as learning. So this is the first approach, that is behavioral perspective. Second is the cognitive approach, which makes use of intrinsic motivator to bring forth students' natural desire to maintain you can say equivalence, okay, in their lives and organization. So such students are likely to prefer challenging work. They have incentive to work for their own satisfaction. They attempt solutions to problem on their own. घर में भी आपने देखा होगा कई बार, 2 बच्चे हैं, एक बच्चा जो है वो हाईली इंट्रिंसिकली मोटिवेटेड है, दूसरा जो है वो एक्सट्रिंसिकली मोटिवेटेड है. फिर फादर कहते हैं, बेटा आपने होमवर्क कर लिया? तो बच्चा जो एक्सटर्नली मोटिवेटेड है वो कहता मैं अभी करता हूँ. दूसरा बच्चा इंट्रिंसिक मोटिवेटर, ही सेज पापा मैंने आपके आने से पहले ही काम कर लिया. ओके, तो उसको पता है कि मेरे टारगेट्स ये हैं, उसको अवेयरनेस है कि मैंने ये गोल अचीव कर रहा है। तो गोल सेटिंग प्लेज ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल। तो गोल अगर हर एक बच्चा अपना एस्टेब्लिश करता है और उसको पहुंचने के लिए उसके लिए एफर्ट करता है, डेफिनेटली वो बच्चा वहां पहुंच जाता है। द थर्ड अप्रोच इज द ह्यूमनिस्टिक अप्रोच put forward by Abraham Maslow. According to this approach, when a person is actually motivated, he is in a state of tension and he is ready to undertake a particular course of action which is consistent with his feelings. And according to this approach, or according to Abraham Maslow, human needs he has arranged in the form of a hierarchy. So he has given need hierarchy theory. At the base are the physiological need. अब इस तरह की hierarchy है, okay? Base is very broad. It means majority of us operate at this level. So this means need for sustenance, need for physical comfort, crucial to a person's performance in the classroom. Basic needs like need for water, need for food, need for shelter, need for fresh air, need for sleep, need for entertainment. ये बेसिक नीड्स हैं, फिजियोलॉजिकल नीड्स हैं। जब तक ये नीड्स फुलफिल नहीं होती, हम हायर लेवल नीड की बात तो कर ही नहीं सकते। तो क्लासरूम में ये नीड्स किस तरह से फुलफिल की जाएं? एक तो है कि जो सीटिंग अरेंजमेंट है प्रॉपर हो, प्रॉपर लाइटिंग हो, प्रॉपर एयर हो, बहुत ज़्यादा गर्मी ना हो, गर्मियों के दिनों में, सर्दियों में बहुत ज़्यादा ठंड ना हो, विंडो पेन्स हो वगैरह वगैरह, ओके। और हर एक पीरियड के बाद 10 मिनट का ब्रेक होना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से, ताकि बच्चे जो हैं उनकी थोड़ी सी मूवमेंट हो, या वो फ्रेश होने के लिए जा सकते हैं, या पानी पीना है, या किसी ने चाय पीनी है, सुबह ब्रेकफास्ट करके नहीं। बहुत दूर दूर से कई बच्चे आपके पास आते हैं, गाँव से भी आते हैं। सो दिस इज द first need, the lower order need. Once this need is met, the higher need in the hierarchy gets activated, and that is need for security, need for stability, need for safety. That is, person need security, protection, stability. Okay. अब देखिए क्लासरूम में we have to provide conducive environment and not threatening kind of environment or anxiety prone environment. So students in non-threatening environment and anxiety free environment become very much, you can say, motivated to discuss with the teacher and even with their class fellows. हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बोलिए। ओके, सो सेफ्टी नीड। अब बहुत बार आपने देखा होगा, हम बच्चों को प्रीच करते हैं कि आपको लैब कोट डालना है वर्कशॉप में जाने के लिए, लैब में जाने के लिए, ओके, और खुद हम एक्सपेरिमेंट परफॉर्म करते हैं विदाउट टेकिंग सफिशिएंट प्रिकॉशंस। सब बच्चों ने ब्रांडेड क्लोथ्स डाले हुए हैं और वो पहन के कोई प्रैक्टिकल नहीं करेगा। जब तक हम मैं एज ए टीचर लैब में या वर्कशॉप में एक्सपेरिमेंट परफॉर्म करते हुए लैब कोट डालूंगा और जो प्रिकॉशंस हैं वो मैं ऑब्जर्व करूंगा, बच्चे भी वो ऑब्जर्व करेंगे। तो सेफ्टी नीड। देन कम्स दिस सोशल नीड। पर्सन नीड टू फील एक्सेप्टेड, रिसीव अफेक्शन एंड बी पार्ट ऑफ द ग्रुप। अब देखो, मैं आपको कोई टास्क दूं और आपको कहूं कि you will not discuss with anybody, you will do yourself, okay? Would you like to perform that kind of task? Certainly not. You want to be in the company of your colleagues, your friends, you want to have some kind of affection, okay? So social need. और देखिए कई लोगों की सोशल नीड इतनी स्ट्रांग होती है, झटपट फ्रेंड बना लेते हैं। जैसे आप बस में जा रहे हैं, आपके साथ को पैसेंजर बैठा हुआ है, आपका मन बड़ा करता है कि मैं बात करनी है, तो यू स्टार्ट लाइक, या ये ड्राइवर मरवाएगा, बड़ा रैश चला रहा है, तो वो भी हाँ हूँ करता है। और फिर आप पूछते हैं आप कहाँ जा रहे हो, मैं अपना बताता हूँ, राइट? तो आप देखेंगे आपकी लाइफ में कई फ्रेंड्स जो हैं इस तरह से बने होंगे जिनकी बहुत। तो हमने स्टूडेंट्स की यानी स्टूडेंट में से आइडेंटिफाई करना है किन की जो नीड है वो सोशल नीड स्ट्रांग है, और उनको उस तरह का काम जैसे असाइन, और जैसे आप कॉलेज में फेस्टिवल्स ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं या कोई प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, तो वैसे काम जो है वो बच्चों को दिए जाते हैं जिनकी नीड फॉर सोशल, जो दूसरों से काम करवा सकते हैं, ओके, ले सकते हैं। तो सोशल नीड, अब ये नीड फुलफिल हो गई, द स्टूडेंट इज स्टिल नॉट हैप्पी, व्हाट ही नाउ वांट्स, ही वांट्स रिकग्निशन, कि मैं जैसे ही आंसर दूं टीचर बोले वंडरफुल, यू हैव सेड वेरी राइटली, okay, so self esteem need, people need to be recognized and appreciated. Satisfaction of the esteem need is accompanied by feelings of self confidence, worthy, strength and usefulness, and the thwarting of these needs produces feeling of inferiority, weakness or helplessness, okay. Then आफ्टर दैट द नीड फॉर, अभी देखिए सेल्फ एस्टीम नीड आप किस तरह से अचीव करेंगे। आपने सवाल पूछा, एक बच्चे ने आंसर दिया, या आपने अपने फेवरेट स्टूडेंट को बोला यस यू आंसर इट, आपने उसको अप्रिशिएट कर दिया। अगला क्वेश्चन आया, उसने फिर हाथ खड़ा किया, आपने सब बच्चों को, बाकी बच्चों को तो इग्नोर कर दिया। यू फर्स्ट आस्क ए क्वेश्चन, पॉज फॉर फ्यू सेकेंड्स, let them raise hands, then you call upon a particular student, yes आप आंसर दीजिए, राइट। हमने सब स्टूडेंट का मोरल जो है वो बूस्ट करना है, ये नहीं कि जो 5-4 बच्चे वही आंसर दे रहे हैं और वही हमेशा देते रहें। मान लीजिए वो क्वेश्चन आंसर नहीं दे पा रहा, हेजिटेट कर रहा है, इट मीन्स ही हैज नॉट अंडरस्टूड योर क्वेश्चन। अब मेरा यहाँ पर रोल क्या है, उस क्वेश्चन के 2-3 छोटे छोटे पार्ट, यानी उसको मैं एनालाइज करके छोटे छोटे टुकड़ों में पूछूंगा। मेरा पर्पस है उसको थोड़ा सा हिंट देना ताकि वो कुछ आंसर दे पाए, और धीरे धीरे उसका मोरल बूस्ट करते हुए ताकि वो अगली बार डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन का आंसर भी देने की कोशिश करे। तो मुझे क्लासरूम में वेरिड टाइप्स ऑफ क्वेश्चन जो है पूछने हैं। अगर बहुत इंटेलिजेंट स्टूडेंट है, आई कैन आस्क ए डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन, और जो बिलो एवरेज स्टूडेंट है उससे हम बहुत ही सिंपल क्वेश्चन पूछें। मेरा पर्पस है एस्टीम नीड सबकी ऊपर ले जानी, और इसके लिए मैंने आपको एक टेक्निक बताई है, ऑलवेज कॉल देम बाय देयर नेम। जैसे मान लीजिए मैं बोलता हूँ यस रोल नंबर 71, आप इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर दो। 71 हैज नो मीनिंग। रमेश जी आप बताएंगे इसका उत्तर क्या है? लक्ष्मी जी आप बताएंगे? यस। सो यू सी a person's name is to him or her, as I said in the beginning, the most important and the most sweetest sound. So very, very wonderful technique. Then self actualization, only very few people operate at this level. जब ये self esteem need fulfill होती है, then the higher need gets activated. Self actualization need means the tendency of the individual to become in actuality what he or she is potentially. और जिन लोगों की ये नीड फुलफिल हुई, या तो वो म्यूजिशियन बन गए, पोएट बन गए, सिंगर बन गए, स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बन गए। और अब मैं आपसे एक क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ, आप में से कितने लोग जब आप 10th में थे, 11th में थे या 12th में थे, कितने लोगों ने सोचा था कि हम टीचर बनेंगे? सच सच हाथ खड़ा कीजिए। इवन मेरा हाथ भी नीचे है। मैंने उस समय सोचा था यार 20-22 साल तो पढ़ने में बता दिए, अब बाकी सारी जिंदगी पढ़ाने में बता देंगे, ये भी क्या जिंदगी है। ठीक है, हम में से बहुत कम लोग जो है उनका टीचिंग के लिए एप्टीट्यूड था शुरू में। अब हम सब लोग बाई फोर्स आए, बाई चॉइस नहीं आए। ओके, नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज, डू वी एवर फुली एक्चुअलाइज? द आंसर लाइज इन द इंडिविजुअल। People actualize at different levels. Some people feel satisfied on achieving a degree from a local college. कुछ लोग कहते हैं नहीं, मैं जब तक मैं अगली बार फिर अटेम्प्ट करूंगा, प्रिपेयर करूंगा फॉर द एंट्रेंस टेस्ट, मैं आईआईटी से ही लेनी है। Some people are happy in getting a job in say private engineering college or some other say even in a government polytechnic. नहीं, मेरा टारगेट जो है, मेरा जो एम है एनआईटी में जाना है या आईआईटी में मैंने टीचिंग जॉब अक्वायर करनी है, और उसके लिए मैं खाली नहीं बैठूंगा, मैंने एमई कंप्लीट करनी है, मैंने पीएचडी करनी है, मैं पेपर लिखूंगा, तो वो अपना टारगेट जो है। सो मैंने बोला पीपल एक्चुअलाइज एट डिफरेंट लेवल्स। कुछ लोग सेटिस्फाई हो जाते हैं कि मैंने जॉब मिल गई, आई एम सेटिस्फाइड, आई एम हैप्पी, मुझे और कुछ नहीं चाहिए, वहीं पर बैठ जाए। कुछ लोग जो है वो एफर्ट करते रहते हैं, और आप में से भी कुछ लोग जो हैं आपका कॉलेज छोड़ के कुछ हायर पोजीशन पे चले गए होंगे, इफ यू रिकॉल, राइट, ऐसा होता है। तो ये मोटिवेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। नाउ विल कम टू द टेक्निक्स ऑफ मोटिवेटिंग स्टूडेंट्स। अब मैं यहाँ पर अपना सेशन थोड़ी देर के लिए रोकता हूँ, और क्योंकि आप कितने सारे टीचर बैठे हुए हैं एंड यू हैव गॉट वंडरफुल आइडियाज, वंडरफुल टेक्निक्स जो आपने अपने स्टूडेंट्स के साथ शेयर की हैं, या आपको कुछ अच्छे टीचर्स ने पढ़ाया होगा और जिस वे से पढ़ाया होगा आप वो शेयर कर सकते हैं। So may I now request the participating teachers to share their experiences one by one. At least one technique should be given by each of the teacher. Innovative, don't repeat. So आइए, इसके बाद मैं अपनी टेक्निक्स आपके साथ शेयर करूंगा। Yes. हाँ जी, राजस्थान कॉलेज। देखिए आपके कॉलेज में जो टीचर्स हैं जिनको कुछ महीनों से लेके 10 साल, 15 साल, 20 साल का एक्सपीरियंस सिर्फ ज़्यादा वाले मैं देख पा रहा हूँ, तो आपने अब तक कौन सी टेक्निक जो है वो अपने स्टूडेंट्स को मोटिवेट करने के लिए आपने एम्प्लॉय की है? मैम आप अपने कॉलेज के टीचर्स को कहें एक एक करके अपनी टेक्निक शेयर करें।
Now, sir, I want to share one technique. I'm Seema Singh.
Okay.
I want to share one technique which, when I was studying in 12th standard, then my teacher used to, during the chemistry, that is period, she used to ask a lot of questions related to chemical reaction, and she used to punish also. So that really has motivated me, me and my other fellow friends, to be very sincere in chemistry and very attentive. It is, I think, that was the knack which she has given us. Now I also find the chemistry subject very interesting because of her enthusiasm at the very beginning of the class.
You see, if a teacher is relating the concept with examples from daily life, naturally that will help students retain the information. देखो ट्रांसफर ऑफ नॉलेज तभी होती है जब हम एग्जाम्पल के साथ उसको रिलेट करते हैं। और मैं यहाँ पर ये भी कहना चाहूँगा बहुत सारे टीचर्स जो हैं दे आर इन द हैबिट ऑफ यूजिंग वन वे ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन, बिकॉज there are different types of students sitting here. One student says that if you tell me, I will forget. Tell me means teaching by telling only. That is, I am simply pouring the information into the minds of the students. I am not asking any question. I am not inviting any question. So they are sitting as passive listeners. So मैंने बोला, one student says that if you tell me, I will forget. एक और student, he says, sir, if you show me, I may remember. इसमें क्या होगा कि teacher will write some important lines on the chalkboard, or he will show some PowerPoint presentation, or he will perform some experiment. It means students are observing. तो मैंने बोला, if you show me, I may remember. Now एक और group of students हैं, they say, sir, if you involve us, we will be always with you. तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि क्लासरूम में स्टूडेंट की पार्टिसिपेशन लेनी, और पार्टिसिपेशन लेने के लिए क्या जरूरी है, आपको अपना जो लेक्चर है इतना प्रिपेयर करके आना है दैट यू नीड नॉट डिपेंड अपॉन योर लेक्चर नोट्स। 1 घंटे की क्लास है तो एटलीस्ट 2 घंटे घर में अगर प्रिपेयर करके आएंगे देन आपको अपने नोट्स देखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। सो यू कैन मेक एन आई कॉन्टेक्ट विद योर स्टूडेंट, यू कैन आस्क क्वेश्चन, यू कैन इनवाइट क्वेश्चन। क्योंकि कई बार क्या होता है, स्टूडेंट कोई क्वेश्चन पूछता है तो मुझे तो उसका आंसर आता नहीं है, सो मुझे लगता है कि कहीं मैं जो लेक्चर को रट्टा लगा के आया हूँ वो भूल ना जाए, राइट। तो उस वजह से मैं उसको स्नप कर देता हूँ, डोंट आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन, या एंड में पूछना, एंड में किसी ने देखा है। देखिए क्वेश्चन आया, आपको उसका आंसर नहीं पता, ओके। देखिए अगर तो आपने लेक्चर, आप में से कितने लोग लेक्चर प्लान बनाते हैं बिफोर गोइंग इनटू द क्लासरूम? प्लीज रेज योर हैंड। हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू प्रिपेयर योर लेक्चर्स, लेसन प्लान बनाते हैं? देखिए you do prepare, wonderful. You see lecture plan जब आप बनाते हैं, you also anticipate the likely questions that the student may ask from you। यहाँ पर कोई बच्चा ये क्वेश्चन पूछेगा, मुझे इसको इस तरह से हैंडल करना है। अगर आपने लेक्चर प्लान बनाया ही नहीं, कई क्वेश्चन आएंगे, ओके। आपने लेक्चर प्लान भी बनाया, इवन देन आपके पास ऐसा क्वेश्चन आया जिसका आपके पास आंसर नहीं अवेलेबल, नाउ व्हाट यू शुड डू। एक तो तरीका है कि आप इस क्वेश्चन को एड्रेस कीजिए, वंडरफुल दिस क्वेश्चन, नाउ कैन एनीवन ऑफ यू आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन। मे बी आपको कुछ हिंट मिले, कोई आपको हाफ आंसर मिले, यू विल बी एबल टू आंसर दी क्वेश्चन करेक्टली। लेकिन अगर क्वेश्चन का आंसर नहीं मिला, then you must appreciate that this is a wonderful question, I will prepare at home, you also study at home, so tomorrow we will discuss this question। तो जब आप अगले दिन क्लासरूम में आते हैं तो मेरी सबसे पहली ड्यूटी ये होती है उस क्वेश्चन को आंसर देने की। लेकिन ऐसा इट शुड नॉट हैपन एवरी डे कि अगर आज फिर क्वेश्चन आया फिर मेरे पास आंसर नहीं है, आई विल से विल डिस्कस नेक्स्ट डे। तो अगर रोज ऐसा करेंगे तो हम अपने स्टूडेंट का जो कॉन्फिडेंस है वो लूज कर पाएंगे, लूज हो जाएगा। हाँ जी, और टेक्निक बताएं मैम, आपके जो टीचर्स बैठे हुए हैं।
Teacher who also want to interact. The session, that is the lecture we take in classes, is what work with actually. Initially, when I go for lectures, it becomes an interactive session. Like
Okay.
what they already are knowing about the topic which I have taken for the lecture, and then they come out with some answers. The students, some of them stand up and tell me, we are already knowing this thing, and then I continue with the topic.
Good way, good way.
And at the end of the lecture also, I tell them what is all the implementation is there, what the technology is all about, and what the implementation is there. And then I can tell some videos actually on YouTube. We are having some, so they can, the students can watch it there.
So it
And then
means good, good. It means you provide varied experiences to them. आपने बोला that you begin your lecture with examples from daily life, यानी एक बहुत ही important tips है teaching का, that is proceeding from known to unknown, because students appreciate known things very well as compared to unknown things, okay। So you begin your lecture with known things, then उनकी involvement हो गई, then you create some gap, okay। You describe the necessity, or you have explained the need of that particular topic, then you come to the topic। और आपने बोला in between आप वीडियो दिखाती हैं, आप क्वेश्चन पूछती हैं, और at the end you also summarize your lecture, और उसके साथ साथ आप उनको असाइनमेंट देती हैं। क्योंकि ये असाइनमेंट या होमवर्क, हालांकि ये स्कूल का कॉन्सेप्ट है, लेकिन हमें कॉलेज में भी ये देना है। क्योंकि जब तक मैं स्टूडेंट को जो क्लास में पढ़ाया उसको वो ट्रांसफर दूसरी सिचुएशन में नहीं कर पाते, वो उसको भूल जाएंगे। So you have to give them some assignment or homework so that they will be able to apply whatever they have learned in the classroom in some other setting। हाँ जी, और बताइए मैम, और कोई टीचर शेयर करना चाहेंगे?
So there is one more way which I follow whenever I take a lecture, a classroom. Whenever I explain any practical topic which is related to medical or related to me, I bring the students on the podium or on the platform make them write on the board, and there itself I help them out to make changes whatever laws they have made in that particular query or medical, so that they can rectify there itself. And meanwhile, if I give another question or another query or another home assignment, they can perform those home assignments well. So this is also one very good method through which we can explain students the practical subjects or
Good.
the.
वेरी वेल सेड मैम. अब मैम मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, आपके वहाँ कितने सारे टीचर बैठे हुए हैं, आप प्लीज उनको एनकरेज कीजिए कि वो अपने जो टेक्निक्स हैं जो उन्होंने आज तक यूज की हैं या कैसे होना चाहिए वो शेयर करें. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा.
Sir,
प्लीज
there
आप. हाँ जी.
is one more teacher. Vacuum, sir.
गुड आफ्टरनून.
Is the one method by which we can motivate students.
योर वॉइस इज नॉट ऑडिबल.
Vacuum, sir.
गुड
There's a
आफ्टरनून.
by which we can motivate the student is that whenever I give some example or a problem to some student and I provide a solution to them, and in the next class I will give a solution for them, and I will ask the technique, the new latest technique by which we can solve that particular answer. It's I have given an answer and I have asked about the method, another latest technique, the ways by which we can use in the real environment on for reverse engineering.
बहुत बढ़िया बोला. और मैम इसको हम बोलते हैं प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड लर्निंग. और अगर आप गूगल में जाएं, आप देखेंगे फॉरेन कंट्रीज में मैक्सिमम जो पीएचडीज हैं इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी में हो रही है, मैकेनिकल, सिविल, इलेक्ट्रिकल, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स वाले, वो प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड लर्निंग के ऊपर रिसर्च कर रहे हैं. और ये जो स्ट्रेटजी है बहुत ही मोटिवेटिंग है स्टूडेंट्स को, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट इसमें खुद जो है वो इंफॉर्मेशन सर्च करते हैं और उसको जो है वो मैनिपुलेट करते हैं और उसके साथ उसको सोल्यूशन फाइंड आउट करते हैं. और टीचर जो है वो प्रॉब्लम टास्क जो असाइन करके स्टूडेंट को देते हैं. तो ये बहुत ही अच्छी टेक्निक है. और इसको कुछ कॉलेजेस में कुछ टीचर इसको फ्लिप्ड टीचिंग का नाम भी देते हैं कि स्टूडेंट को हमने एक हैंड आउट दे दिया, वो घर में पढ़ेंगे, रीड आउट करेंगे, और जो असाइनमेंट्स हैं या जो क्वेश्चंस हैं वो क्लासरूम में वो ग्रुप में टीचर कराएगा. यानी जो हम जनरली क्लासरूम में टीच करते हैं और घर के लिए असाइनमेंट देते हैं, ये उसका उल्टा है कि घर में करने के लिए उनको हमने हैंड आउट दे दिया, लर्निंग मटेरियल दे दिया, और क्लासरूम में हमने उनको एक्सरसाइज दी. तो बहुत सारी रिसर्च इसके ऊपर भी हुई. गुड. अब मैं दूसरे कॉलेज में कुछ टीचर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो अपने जो टेक्निक्स हैं वो शेयर करें. यस. कौन सा कॉलेज है? जयपुर में दूसरा कॉलेज. यस. हाँ जी, आप. मैं सेकंड जो दूसरे कॉलेज है जयपुर के कोऑर्डिनेटर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो अपने टीचर से जो है वो उनको एनकरेज करें. हाँ जी, जयपुर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
सर जो नई टेक्निक की आप बात कर रहे हैं उसमें से एक टेक्निक जो मैं यूज करता हूँ कि लेक्चर प्लान हो गया और साथ में हैंडआउट्स जो हम साथ में लेके जाते हैं, असाइनमेंट देते हैं बच्चों को, ये सारी चीजें तो प्राइमरी चीजें हैं जो कि जरूरी होती है किसी भी लेक्चर को डिलीवर करने के लिए। लेकिन साथ में कुछ इनोवेटिव आइडियाज भी हम यूज कर सकते हैं हमारे लेक्चर को डिलीवर करने के लिए, जैसे कि कोई क्यूज हम तैयार करें, साथ में कोई गेम्स के रूप में अगर बच्चों को हम किसी पर्टिकुलर एक जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है टॉपिक, अगर उसको गेम्स के रूप में बच्चों को डिलीवर करें तो उस पर ज्यादा ध्यान दे पाते हैं बच्चे और उसी पे अच्छा कर पाते हैं। कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हमारे डिलीवर ढंग से नहीं करने की वजह से जो इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक्स होते हैं वो ऐसे ही निकल जाते हैं और बच्चे उनको ध्यान नहीं दे पाते हैं। अगर ऐसे क्वेश्चंस को हम किसी गेम्स के रूप में या अच्छे तरीके से बच्चों के सामने उनको ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट बताएं तो बच्चे उनको अच्छे से लर्न कर पाते हैं और अच्छा कर पाते हैं। तो ये आइडिया हम यूज करते हैं हमारे उसमें।
तो आपका सर नाम क्या है?
सर मुकेश गौड़।
हाँ जी,
मुकेश गौड़।
हाँ मुकेश जी, आपने बहुत अच्छा बताया कि लेक्चर प्लान भी बनाया, हैंडआउट भी है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद जो है स्टूडेंट इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेते। तो उसके लिए आपने टेक्निक बताई कि हम क्विज हैं या गेम्स हैं, इसके साथ साथ जैसे आप कोई चीज़ को उसकी एब्सेंस में पढ़ा रहे हैं वैसा मत कीजिए। आप कोई ऑब्जेक्ट है या मॉडल है या एक्चुअल स्पेसिमेन है वो क्लासरूम में लेके आइए और उनको उनके साथ रिलेट कीजिए। और बहुत बार हम इंडस्ट्री एग्जाम्पल के साथ उसको रिलेट करते हैं, और जब तक हम टॉपिक को डेली लाइफ के एग्जाम्पल्स के साथ रिलेट नहीं करेंगे स्टूडेंट्स जो है वो इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेंगे। देखिए, दो तरह की लर्निंग होती है, आप शायद इसके बारे में जानते हैं। एक है मीनिंगफुल लर्निंग, एक है रोट लर्निंग। Telling something, the students' minds are not stationary. Students are trying to link what the teacher is telling with their daily life experiences, with their background experiences. And if they are successful in linking what the teacher is telling with their background experiences, that will promote meaningful learning. Otherwise, it will lead to only rote memorization. यानी वो जो बाउंसर है, अगर आपने उसको रिलेट किया एग्जाम्पल के साथ, वो मीनिंगफुलनेस इंक्रीज करेगा। तो हमने मीनिंगफुलनेस बढ़ाना है, ये नहीं कि टॉपिक को खत्म करने के लिए टॉपिक को बताया जा रहा है। सो इसके लिए लॉट ऑफ प्रिपरेशन इज नीडेड, क्योंकि घर में आपको बैठ के देखना पड़ेगा कि कहाँ पर मुझे कौन सा एग्जाम्पल देना है, कहाँ पर मुझे क्विज देना है, कहाँ पर मुझे जो है वो कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन परफॉर्म करना है, या जैसे आपने बोला कोई गेम है। अब मुझे नहीं पता कि किस तरह की गेम जो है वो इंजीनियरिंग सब्जेक्ट्स में आप ऑर्गेनाइज कर सकते हैं क्लासरूम में। हालांकि मैनेजमेंट में तो वी कैन परफॉर्म सम गेम्स, क्योंकि बहुत सारे टॉपिक्स हैं मैनेजमेंट में जो गेम्स के जरिए या रोल प्ले के जरिए या सिमुलेशन के जरिए, सिमुलेशन तो खैर इंजीनियरिंग सब्जेक्ट में भी यूज की जा सकती है। तो क्लासरूम में हमने स्टूडेंट को पैसिव लिसनर नहीं बनाना, उनको हमने उनकी पार्टिसिपेशन लेनी है, उनकी हमने इन्वॉल्वमेंट करनी। जितनी साइकोलॉजी कहती है जितनी स्टूडेंट की पार्टिसिपेशन होगी उतना दे विल रिटेन फॉर ए लॉन्गर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम, दे विल बी अटेंटिव। ओके, अब देखो हम स्टूडेंट की तरफ से हमें ये कंप्लेंट आती है कि मैं तो बहुत अच्छे से तैयारी करके आया हूँ, स्टूडेंट इंटरेस्ट नहीं ले रहे, स्टूडेंट अटेंशन नहीं दे रहे। अब देखो, कुछ टेक्निक्स हैं टू गेन देयर अटेंशन। पहली तो है, वन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इज गेनिंग अटेंशन की पर्पसफुल मूवमेंट्स। अब देखो, मुझे तो मैं कैमरे ने फोकस कर रखा है एक प्लेस पे, आई कैन नॉट मूव। अब मैं यहाँ खड़ा होकर पढ़ा रहा हूँ, आप मुझे इस एंगल से देख रहे हैं, आप मुझे इस एंगल से देख रहे हैं, आप मुझे इस एंगल से देख रहे हैं। You will tolerate me for some time, then you will experience fatigue because there is no change in my posture. Naturally, there will be no change in your posture. So instead of standing stationary at one point, I should bring purposeful movement. जैसे मैं पढ़ाता पढ़ाता मैं इस तरफ धीमे धीमे इस तरफ चला गया, or I can go inside also. When I come closer to you, you become very alert. यहाँ पर एक जगह खड़ा हूँ मैं, this should not happen. So purposeful movement. ओके जब आप किसी बच्चे के पास जाते हैं तो आंख चुरा के आप उसकी नोटबुक देख सकते हैं कि कहीं आपकी फोटो या फूल पत्ती तो नहीं बन रहा। ऐसा होता है, जब बहुत बार ऐसा होता है। सो टीचर को यहाँ पर लेक्चर स्टैंड के ऊपर नहीं खड़े होना, उसको पर्पसफुल, मैंने बोला पर्पसफुल मूवमेंट। तो धीमे से इस तरफ गए, नाउ यू विल फेस दिस सेक्शन ऑफ द ऑडियंस, आप इधर आए, यू विल फेस दिस सेक्शन ऑफ द ऑडियंस। तो वन इज पर्पसफुल मूवमेंट। सेकंड है, बहुत सारे टीचर अपनी पॉकेट में दोनों हाथ रख के खड़े होते हैं, या इस तरह से खड़े होते हैं, या इस तरह से खड़े होते हैं। अब मैं इस तरह से खड़ा हूं, आई से इन फ्रंट ऑफ माई हाउस देयर इज ए बिग हाउस। अब मैं इसी को दोबारा बोलता हूं, इन फ्रंट ऑफ माई हाउस देयर इज ए बिग हाउस। ओके, सो मीनिंगफुल जेस्चर्स, यानी आपने कहा रेनबो इज लाइक दिस, उसी तरह उसी समय हाथ चला गया। कुछ टीचर क्या करते हैं, चौक एक हाथ से पकड़ा हुआ, दूसरे हाथ से डस्टर पकड़ा हुआ है, बस वो हटाएंगे नहीं, या चौक के कई टुकड़े करेंगे, दे स्टार्ट लाइक दे प्ले लाइक दिस थिंग। ओके, दिस शुड नॉट हैपन। सो दिस इज सेकंड इज मीनिंगफुल जेस्चर। थर्ड इज चेंज ऑफ वॉइस, यानी से दीज आर ड्यू टू लॉज ऑफ इनर्शिया। सो आपने अपनी वॉइस में मॉड्यूलेशन लेके आए, जहां पर आपने एम्फेसाइज देना था उसको आपने लाउडली बोला। तो दिस इज चेंज ऑफ वॉइस एंड पॉजिंग। मैंने बोला दीज आर ड्यू टू लॉज ऑफ इनर्शिया, पॉज भी किया। देन अनदर इज चेंज इन इंटरेक्शनल पैटर्न्स। मैं बोलता जा रहा हूं, नाउ आई विल insert few question or I will invite few question, now they will participate, so interaction हो गया। so change in interactional pattern. Another is oral visual switching. Oral involves sense of hearing, visual involves sense of sight. तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, बोलते बोलते मैं बोर्ड पे गया, I wrote something, some important line, या I showed some PPT, okay, so now they will see to it, okay। तो साइकोलॉजी कहती है कि अगर हम मैक्सिमम सेंस ऑर्गन्स का यूटिलाइज करेंगे क्लासरूम में, लर्निंग उतनी बेटर होगी, उतनी परमानेंट होगी। एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट इज मेंटेनिंग एन आई कांटेक्ट। अब क्लासरूम में जब मैं पढ़ा रहा हूँ, मैं यूजुअली प्रेफर करता हूँ अपने फेवरेट स्टूडेंट्स को आई कांटेक्ट देता हूँ। इस वाले सेक्शन को मैंने इग्नोर कर दिया, या पीछे वालों को मैंने इग्नोर कर दिया, तो वो टॉयलेट कुछ देर के लिए करेंगे हमें, उसके बाद दे विल indulge themselves in some kind of other activity. So you have to maintain an eye contact with each and every student sitting in the classroom. वो जो बैक बेंचर है उसको भी आपने आई कॉन्टेक्ट देना, और इसके लिए आपको लेक्चर स्टैंड छोड़ना पड़ेगा। सो आपने मुकेश जी बिल्कुल अच्छा बताया, और मैंने साथ में आपको ये टेक्निक बताई, गेनिंग द अटेंशन ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स। अब आप अपने किसी और कोलीग को रिक्वेस्ट कीजिए। यस,
हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
हाँ जी, गुड आफ्टरनून
सर। जो तरीका मैं अपनाता हूँ क्लासरूम में, वो एक शेयर करना चाहता हूँ।
हाँ जी, बोलिए। आप अपना नाम बताइए पहले।
सर, मैं सुनील शर्मा बात कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ जी, सुनील जी।
हाँ सर, जब मैं कोई भी टॉपिक पढ़ाता हूँ तो उससे पहले रिलेटेड टॉपिक से रिलेटेड एग्जाम्पल पहले देता हूँ मैं।
क्या बात, वेरी गुड।
एग्जाम्पल जैसे मुझे ट्रांजेक्शन स्टेट पढ़ाना है NDPMS, तो मैं उससे ट्रांजेक्शन कहाँ होता है, बैंकिंग में होता है, तो उससे रिलेटेड पहले एग्जाम्पल लेता हूँ कि आप लोग बैंक में गए होंगे, वहाँ बैंक के अंदर क्या क्या करना होता है, आपका ट्रांजेक्शन स्टेट कैसे प्रोसेस करता है, उससे रिलेटेड एग्जाम्पल लाइव देने के बाद मैं उस टॉपिक पे आता हूँ।
गुड।
सेम थिंग मैं जब लैब लेता हूँ तो लैब के अंदर हर जीरो लेवल जो आपने पिछली लैब में पढ़ा है, मीन्स लास्ट सेमेस्टर में जो पढ़ा है, उससे इंटरकनेक्टेड करते हुए नेक्स्ट जो एक्सपेरिमेंट मुझे करना होता है उसको मैं पॉइंट टू पॉइंट, ये मैं नहीं समझता कभी भी कि आपने पढ़ा है और पढ़ा है तो आपको याद होगा, मैं उसको वापस रिवाइज करवाते हुए नेक्स्ट टॉपिक।
तो सुनील जी, आपने बहुत बढ़िया बोला कि प्रीवियस एक्सपीरियंस, प्रीवियस लर्निंग, अगर उसको आप रिकलेक्ट नहीं करेंगे वो फॉरगेटिंग में तब्दील हो जाएगी। तो आपने प्रीवियस एक्सपीरियंस या प्रीवियस लर्निंग को आपने यानी प्री रिक्विजिट्स जो होते हैं उनको आपने इंश्योर किया दैट स्टूडेंट्स पोजेस। क्योंकि हम कई बार क्लासरूम में जाने से पहले अज्यूम करते हैं कि माई स्टूडेंट्स आर ऑलरेडी फेमिलियर विद दिस। अब उसका ओवरव्यू या उसकी टेस्टिंग के बिना हम अगला टॉपिक शुरू कर देते हैं, तो ये इंश्योर किए बिना कि उनको आता है या नहीं आता, अब उन जिनको नहीं आता वो गैप जो है बढ़ता चला जाएगा। तो आपने बड़ा अच्छा बोला कि जो प्रीवियस सेमेस्टर में जो पढ़ाया है और उसका आज के टॉपिक के साथ लिंक है, ओके, पहले आप उसका ओवरव्यू देंगे। जैसे मैंने अभी आपके सामने इनर्शिया का एग्जांपल दिया था, तो मैंने एक दिन पहले उनको रेस्ट, मोशन और फोर्स पढ़ाया था, और उसके बाद वो इनर्शिया शुरू होता है। तो मैंने कुछ एग्जांपल या कुछ क्वेश्चन जो है रिगार्डिंग रेस्ट, मोशन और फोर्स से पूछते हुए एक मैंने नीड क्रिएट की, एक मैंने गैप क्रिएट किया, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट जानना चाहते हैं व्हाई दे आर सिटिंग इन द क्लासरूम। So that why part, the objective must be communicated to them, और वो बोर्ड पे टॉपिक लिखना है और लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में बुलेट्स फॉर्म में आप कंटेंट आउटलाइन देंगे और उनको शिफ्ट भी करते जाएंगे। जैसे मैंने बोला, अभी मैंने मोटिवेशन कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ाया, नाउ वी आर थ्रू विद दिस कॉन्सेप्ट, नाउ लेट अस कम टू टाइप्स ऑफ मोटिवेटिंग। तो टाइप्स ऑफ मोटिवेटिंग को टिक करेंगे। तो 3-4 हेडिंग जो है वो आपने बनाए। आपने एग्जाम्पल्स की बात कही, जैसे मैं एक और एग्जाम्पल आपके सामने लेता हूं कि किस तरह से हमने क्लासरूम में स्टूडेंट को मोटिवेट करना है, टॉपिक को इनोवेटिव वे में इंट्रोड्यूस करते हुए। यस, व्हाट आर द कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट्स ऑफ एयर? ऑक्सीजन, वंडरफुल. Nitrogen, carbon dioxide, wonderful. So I get responses. Which gas do we inhale? He will say oxygen, wonderful. Which gas do we exhale? Carbon dioxide gas. Which gas is available in soda water bottle? He says carbon dioxide, wonderful. Which gas is used to extinguish fire? He says carbon dioxide, wonderful. You see, carbon dioxide gas has got number of applications. How this gas can be prepared? Now they are very much motivated to learn how this gas can be prepared. Their curiosity level is aroused. Then you say carbon dioxide gas can be prepared by treating calcium carbonate with hydrochloric acid. So today in this session we will learn preparation of carbon dioxide gas. Then you go to board and write in the middle preparation of carbon dioxide gas, and on the left hand side you give them the overview that first of all we will learn the reactants, we will learn the laboratory setting diagram, then the precautions, procedure, physical property, chemical property, advantages, disadvantages. So you have given them an overview. और हर बच्चे को मालूम है कि इस सेशन के समाप्ति पर मेरे में ये कैपेबिलिटीज डेवलप हो जाएंगी। तो ये इस तरह से अगर हम सेशन को स्टार्ट करते हैं तो आप देखेंगे इतना बढ़िया इम्पैक्ट बच्चों के ऊपर पड़ेगा। दे विल give their 100% attention to your lecture, and क्योंकि उसमें उनका इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट हो गया। सो सुनील जी ने बहुत बढ़िया बताया, और आप अपने किसी कुलीग को बोलिए। यस, मुकेश जी अपने किसी फ्रेंड को बोलो कोई और टेक्निक यूज की है।
गुड आफ्टरनून सर।
गुड आफ्टरनून।
जैसे सर मैंने मान लो कोई न्यूमेरिकल दिया, किसी स्टूडेंट्स को दिया अपन ने, कोई टॉपिक था उसमें कोई न्यूमेरिकल दिया अपन ने, तो अपन क्या करते हैं, जैसे उस न्यूमेरिकल को केवल 10% या 5% स्टूडेंट सोल्व उसको करते हैं जनरली, लेकिन अपन क्या करते हैं, जैसे बैक बेंचर है जो पीछे बैठे रहते हैं वो उसको सोल्व नहीं करते हैं, तो अपन उन पे ध्यान नहीं देते अपन। तो सबसे पहले अपन को उन पे, मतलब सबसे पहले उनको यदि उन्होंने थोड़ा सा यदि फॉर्मूला भी लिखा है तो उनको अपन को उनको करें भाई आप आगे इसको इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं, तो उन पे थोड़ा ज्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए।
वही ना, आप अपना आई कांटेक्ट और उनकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट जो बैक बेंचर्स हैं उनकी भी करेंगे तो क्लासरूम में कोई बच्चा इग्नोर्ड नहीं होगा, और सबकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट लेंगे, सबको साथ लेके चलेंगे, दे विल बी मोटिवेटेड। नाउ आई विल पुट फॉरवर्ड बिफोर यू सम ऑफ द टेक्निक्स। हाँ जी,
आर यू हियरिंग मी?
हेलो
मिस्टर दत्त, यू आर हियरिंग मी?
हाँ जी सर।
सर आई एम फ्रॉम आरसीडब्ल्यू जयपुर।
हाँ जी सर।
एक्सपीरियंस है रिगार्डिंग एग्जांपल्स।
हाँ जी
तो थ्योरी लेवल एग्जांपल देते हैं जो आप पढ़ा रहे हैं।
हाँ जी,
उतना हिट नहीं करते जितना आप अगर लेमैन लेवल वाला एग्जांपल दें तो वो करीब काफी समय तक बच्चे उसको याद रखते हैं, और जो बेसिक्स हैं उनके दिमाग में काफी कुछ बैठ जाते हैं। दिस इज माय एक्सपीरियंस टुवर्ड द एग्जांपल।
नहीं, बिल्कुल सही आपने बोला कि जो एग्जांपल है वो सिंपल होनी चाहिए और जो कंक्रीट होनी चाहिए। कंक्रीट का मतलब वो उसको, जैसे मैंने कुछ 2 तरीके बताए थे, टीचिंग प्रोसीडिंग फ्रॉम नोन टू अननोन। नोन का मतलब क्या है कि वो चीज सबसे पहले दें जो जिनसे वो ऑलरेडी नोन है, एंड एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी विल इंक्रीज। तो आपने बिल्कुल सही बोला कि एग्जाम्पल जो है वो टेक्निकल ना लेते हुए पहले सिंपल जो लाइफ की एग्जाम्पल है या डेली लाइफ के एक्सपीरियंस है उनके साथ शेयर रिलेट करें। बहुत बढ़िया कहा आपने सर, मैं एग्री करता हूँ आपके साथ।
सर मैं
तो
एक क्वेश्चन पूछना
हाँ
चाहती
जी,
हूँ।
हाँ जी बोलिए।
सर इंजीनियरिंग में अगर एक क्लास में देखा जाए तो 60 स्टूडेंट होते हैं। हेलो, कैन यू
हाँ
हियर
जी,
मी?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी बोलिए।
As per AICT, the 60 students are there in a class, and with decreasing in quality of technical education, the most if you divide the student, only I think 10% come in above average, and most of the students come below average. So how can you fulfill that prerequisite criteria that the students are having this much of knowledge before you are starting a topic? Because this always becomes a difficult that most of the students they do not have the basic concept and principle clear while they are coming for the BTech first year.
मैम मैं आपसे यही कहना चाहूँगा कि मोस्ट ऑफ द टीचर्स दे टीच ओनली फ्रॉम द above average students point of view. They always ignore the average and below average student. मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि अगर मैं लेक्चर प्रिपेयर करके आया हूँ और मैं उनके सामने यानी अपने आप को प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ, नोट्स के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि बहुत बार तो मैं नोट से डिक्टेट करवाता हूँ। देखिए क्लासरूम में स्टूडेंट्स क्यों आएंगे क्लासरूम में? अगर सब कुछ एक सिंपल चीप सी बुक में अवेलेबल है तो बच्चा कहता है कि ये तो सब कुछ उसमें है, इसमें क्या नई चीज टीचर ने बतानी है, राइट? बच्चा भी जानता है। आप अपने समय को याद कीजिए, जब आप किसी कॉलेज में पढ़ रहे थे और आ, कभी आप से कैफे में थे या कैंटीन में थे, आपको ओ फलां प्रोफेसर की क्लास मैंने मिस नहीं करनी, उसकी क्लास में हर समय कोई नई चीज बताते हैं, आप दौड़े चले जाते थे। इसका मतलब कुछ क्लास में ऐसा था। आप अभी अपने पुराने दिन, कॉलेज डेज, स्कूल डेज याद करें तो कुछ टीचर्स ऐसे थे जो आपके ऊपर छाप छोड़ के गए हैं। आप उनकी कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स को, उनकी क्वालिटीज को रिकॉल करने की कोशिश कीजिए। वो क्या करते थे? दे वर वेरी इफेक्टिव, दे वर देयर कम्युनिकेशन वाज अप टू द मार्क। वो सिंपल एग्जांपल के साथ लेते थे और सबको लेके चलते थे, चाहे वो बैक बेंचर है चाहे वो बिलो एवरेज है, सबसे वो इंटरेक्ट करते थे। तो हम लोग बहुत बार देखने में आया कि हम सिर्फ नोट्स को डिक्टेट करते हैं, लेक्चर को डिक्टेट करते हैं, उनको उनके साथ इंटरेक्शन नहीं है। तो अगर हम थोड़ा सा अपने टीचिंग स्टाइल में परिवर्तन लाएं तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई भी बच्चा जो है वो बिलो एवरेज रह जाएगा। क्योंकि देखो, मैं आपको कोई चीज बता रहा हूँ, आपको समझ नहीं आया, इसका मतलब क्या है? कमी मेरे में है, कमी बच्चों में नहीं है। जनरली हम ये कहते हैं कि मैं तो इतनी तैयारी करता हूँ, स्टूडेंट डफर हैं, इनको कुछ समझाने का फायदा नहीं है। लेकिन मुझे अपनी कमी महसूस करनी चाहिए कि कमी मेरे में है। अगर मैं इनको नहीं कन्विंस कर पाया, इसका मतलब मेरी टीचिंग इफेक्टिव नहीं थी। तो क्या हमने कभी ऐसा फीडबैक लिया है अपने लिए? हाँ जी, चलिए मैं कुछ टेक्निक्स आपके सामने प्रेजेंट करता हूँ। वन इज एंश्योर दैट स्टूडेंट्स बेसिक नीड्स आर मेट। और जो शुरू में बेसिक नीड्स क्या थी? प्रॉपर सीटिंग अरेंजमेंट हो क्लासरूम में, प्रॉपर एयर हो, प्रॉपर टेम्परेचर हो, प्रॉपर लाइट हो, और हर दो लेक्चर के बाद 10 मिनट का ब्रेक हो, नॉन एंजाइटी, नॉन थ्रेटनिंग एनवायरनमेंट और एंजाइटी फ्री एनवायरनमेंट क्लासरूम में क्रिएट किया जाए, एंड स्टूडेंट्स बिकम मोर टास्क ओरिएंटेड, दे डेवलप सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस। अगर हम स्टूडेंट्स को फ्रीडम दें टू इंटरेक्ट और टू आस्क क्वेश्चन, क्योंकि कई टीचर ऐसे होते हैं, अगर स्टूडेंट क्वेश्चन पूछने लगता है उसको इसी में बिठा, बैठ जा, अभी नहीं पूछना, तू तो हर समय बेकार के सवाल पूछा रहता है, या तुम एंड में मेरे पास आना रूम में। तो बच्चा जहां पर उसको डाउट आया वो क्लैरिफाई नहीं हुआ, वो गैप बढ़ता चला जाएगा। सो ट्राई टू इंश्योर एंजाइटी फ्री एंड नॉन थ्रेटनिंग एनवायरनमेंट इन द क्लासरूम। Create an atmosphere that is open and positive. All of you are welcome. If you have any doubt, you can ask. Okay? You feel free. कभी भी आपको कहीं लगता है कि नहीं समझ आया, मुझे उसी समय रोक दीजिए। तो ओपन एंड positive answer. And when you enter the classroom, smile at them and project an image of someone who is pleased to be in the classroom. Always enter the classroom with an attitude, I am going to enjoy my students, and the students are likely to be motivated to give their attention. You see, आप जानते हैं स्माइल इज एन इनएक्सपेंसिव वे टू इम्प्रूव वंस लुक. तो इसमें कोई कॉस्ट या इसमें कोई खर्चा नहीं आता. तो अगर हम विद स्माइलिंग फेस हम क्लासरूम में जाते हैं, दे फील वेरी हैप्पी. ओके, सो स्माइल एट देम. स्पेसिफाई व्हाट योर स्टूडेंट्स आर टू लर्न. तो ये मैंने आपको बोला कि एक तो शुरू में इन्फॉर्म कीजिए अबाउट द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ योर इंस्ट्रक्शन, what you will be able to do at the end of today's lecture, or before leaving the classroom also announce next day's lecture कि कल हम ये लेक्चर पढ़ेंगे और इसमें हम ये सीखेंगे. ओके, हम सीखेंगे मींस मैं भी आपके साथ सीखूंगा. सेट स्मार्ट गोल्स. स्मार्ट में 5 कैरेक्टर्स हैं. वन इज एस. एस स्टैंड्स फॉर स्पेसिफिक, यानी जो गोल है वो स्पेसिफाइड हो. जैसे मैं बोलता हूं दैट आफ्टर दिस टॉपिक इज ओवर यू विल बी एबल टू नो फोर्स. यू विल बी एबल टू नो फोर्स. ये स्पेसिफिक नहीं है. क्योंकि जब मैं क्वेश्चन पूछता हूं आपसे, व्हाट डू यू नो अबाउट फोर्स, अथाह सागर, कोई कुछ आंसर देगा, कोई कुछ आंसर देगा, कोई कुछ आंसर देगा, राइट. अगर मैं स्पेसिफिक बनाता हूं, डिफाइन फोर्स, state SI unit of force, you will be very specific, pinpointed answer देंगे. ओके, सो इट मीन्स जो हमारे क्वेश्चंस भी आते हैं या जो हम ऑब्जेक्टिव्स लिखते हैं कि भी स्टूडेंट्स आप इसके बारे में आपको मैं अंडरस्टैंडिंग दे रहा. अंडरस्टैंडिंग इज अगेन वेरी वेग. मैं पूछता हूं व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड बाय ओम्स लॉ. आप देखेंगे इस क्वेश्चन के ऊपर डिफरेंट स्टूडेंट्स विल गिव डिफरेंट रिस्पॉन्सेज. लेकिन अगर मैं क्वेश्चन पूछता हूं स्टेट ओम्स लॉ, draw circuit diagram for verification of Ohm's law, draw a graph between V and I, list situations where Ohm's law can be applicable. अब देखिए list, define, draw, ये सारे क्या स्पेसिफिक हैं. तो आपके जो एग्जाम में क्वेश्चंस भी आए, they should begin with this action verb, define, explain, describe. अब जैसे मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा what are Newton's laws of motion, बड़ा सिंपल क्वेश्चन है. अब इस क्वेश्चन को एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में सभी स्टूडेंट्स डिफरेंटली इंटरप्रेट करेंगे, इन द सेंस इसका स्कोप वो डिफरेंटली आइडेंटिफाई करें, डिसाइड करेंगे. एक बच्चा तीनों लॉज की स्टेटमेंट देगा, दूसरा बच्चा तीनों लॉज की स्टेटमेंट के साथ साथ एक एग्जांपल दे रहा है, दूसरा बच्चा दो एग्जांपल दे रहा है, राइट. अब क्या है, टीचर जब एवेल्युएट करता है, जिस बच्चे ने ज्यादा लिखा उस बच्चे को मार्क्स ज्यादा देते. क्यों नहीं हम स्कोप सबके लिए फिक्स करें? क्यों नहीं मैं ऐसे क्वेश्चन बनाता, डिस्क्राइब ईच ऑफ 3 न्यूटन्स लॉज ऑफ मोशन विद 1 एग्जांपल. अब सबको स्कोप फिक्स है. देखो एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में जब बच्चा बैठा है सबको सब कुछ आता है, लेकिन जब उसका स्कोप डिसाइड करने की बात आती है तो हर एक बच्चा अपने हिसाब से फैसला लेता है, क्योंकि उसमें कुछ लिखा नहीं हुआ. सो स्पेसिफिक. M स्टैंड्स फॉर मेजरेबल. नेचुरली जो स्पेसिफाइड होगा उसको आप मेजर कर सकते हो. जैसे मैंने बोला डिफाइन फोर्स, इसको आप आसानी से मेजर कर सकते हो. अगर मैं बोलता हूँ व्हाट इज फोर्स, इसको मेजर करना आसान नहीं है इसको, क्योंकि इसमें व्हाट इज फोर्स में डेफिनेशन आनी है, एक्सप्लेनेशन आनी है. आई डोंट नो, या व्हाट डू यू नो बाय, व्हाट डू यू अंडरस्टैंड बाय फोर्स, व्हाट डू यू नो अबाउट फोर्स, अथाह सागर. देन A स्टैंड्स फॉर अटेनेबल, यानी जो भी टास्क आप स्टूडेंट को दे रहे हो वो उनकी रीच में हो. अगर वो रीच में होगा उनको सक्सेस मिलेगी, दे विल फील हैप्पी, और नेक्स्ट टाइम हो सकता है डिफिकल्ट टास्क लेना भी चाहें. देन R स्टैंड्स फॉर रेलेवेंट, रियलिस्टिक, फिजिबल होना चाहिए कि वो उनकी नीड्स के अकॉर्डिंग हो. एंड T स्टैंड्स फॉर टाइम बाउंड या ट्रैकेबल. टाइम बाउंड मीन्स कि भाई जैसे मैं बोलता हूँ ये असाइनमेंट आपको इस दिन इतने बजे तक सबमिट करनी है, और जो लोग इतने समय तक सबमिट करेंगे दे विल गेट एडिशनल 1 मार्क, जो है वो इसमें एडिशनल दे सकते हो. ओके, कुछ भी आप क्राइटेरिया बना. देन म्यूचुअल गोल सेटिंग. आपने उनको ग्रुप टास्क दिया, उनको गोल सेटिंग उनके ऊपर छोड़ दीजिए. एंड मैचिंग स्टूडेंट्स टू टास्क. मैंने शुरू में बताया था, सम स्टूडेंट्स हैव strong need for social, some students have strong need for power, some students have strong need for achievement. तो स्टूडेंट्स की इन नीड्स को आइडेंटिफाई करते हुए एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटी या क्लासरूम प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए आप जो है टास्क अकॉर्डिंगली असाइन कर सकते हैं. देन अनदर टेक्निक इज प्रोवाइड चैलेंजिंग एंड वेरिड एक्टिविटीज एंड एक्सपीरियंसेस, ताकि उनका इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट हो. स्टूडेंट्स में इंडिविजुअल डिफरेंसेस हैं, कुछ जो हैं दे लर्न बेटर व्हेन समथिंग इज टोल्ड टू देम, सम स्टूडेंट लर्न बेटर व्हेन समथिंग इज शोन टू देम. इट मींस आप वेरिड एक्सपीरियंसेस प्रोवाइड कीजिए. जो सुनकर अच्छे से सीखते हैं उनके लिए एक्सप्लेनेशन दे दी, जो कुछ देखकर सीखते हैं उनके लिए कोई इलस्ट्रेशन दे दी, डायग्राम ड्रॉ कर दी, पीपीटी दिखा दी एंड सो ऑन. So vary methods. And another is provide opportunities to experience success by assigning tasks that are neither too easy nor too difficult and attributing success to their effort. जैसे मान लीजिए आपने 4-5 बच्चों को प्रोजेक्ट दे दिया एंड दे हैव अकम्प्लिश्ड दैट प्रोजेक्ट, और फिर आप उसके ऊपर पेपर अपने नाम पे छपवा लेते हैं. वेरी वेरी नेगेटिव थिंग. ओके, सो या आप जो है अपने डायरेक्टर के पास या अपने प्रिंसिपल के पास जाते हैं कि ये देखिए जी हमने ये प्रोजेक्ट तैयार, मैंने ये प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट किया है. सो उस समय हम अपने बच्चों को साथ लेके जाएं, सर देखिए ये 4 बच्चों ने मिलकर ये तैयार किया है, दे विल फील वेरी हैप्पी. या पेपर पब्लिश हो रहा है उनका नाम पहले आए क्योंकि आपने सिर्फ गाइड किया, आपका नाम एंड में आए. सो एट्रीब्यूटिंग सक्सेस टू देयर एफर्ट. अनदर इज प्रोवाइडिंग इमीडिएट फीडबैक टू स्टूडेंट्स. क्वेश्चन का आंसर ठीक नहीं, थोड़ा सा आंसर गलत रह गया, yeah, your answer is wonderful, okay, so give them immediate and be fair in giving feedback. Give frequent, early and positive feedback. मैंने आपको बोला था पर्पस फीडबैक का देना है टू इम्प्रूव. पर्पस इज नॉट टू प्रूव कि तू तो बढ़िया ऐसा ही आंसर देता है, दिस इज वेरी बैड. ओके, सो जैसे मैंने एग्जांपल दिया था कि बच्चे ने असाइनमेंट तैयार की, उसमें स्पेलिंग एरर रह गए. यू सेड Ramesh, this work is not up to your user standard, it has got some spelling error. तो आगे से ध्यान रखना. तो आपने एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दिया, आपने उसको फीडबैक दिया इन्फॉर्मेटिव. ओके, building strong and positive self concept among students. Project an impression in the beginning itself that to have confidence in their abilities, in their potentialities. कि आप बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करोगे, मुझे मालूम है. And have confidence in their abilities and potentialities. मैं यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा एक कॉन्सेप्ट बताना चाहूँ, पिग्मेलियन इफेक्ट. पिग्मेलियन was the king of Cyprus and he carved an ivory statue of a woman and started worshipping that statue. Soon life was brought to that statue और वो एक लेडी बन गई. वो बात की है कि फिर उसने उस लेडी के साथ शादी कर ली. बट द पॉइंट ऑफ पिग्मेलियन इफेक्ट इज दैट यू मे बी able to convert an under motivated person into a high producer by a simple method of believing that he or she can improve. तो ये एक कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए कि yes they can do wonders, लेकिन अगर उनको प्रॉपरली हम रास्ता दिखाएंगे, गाइड करेंगे. Another is be approachable. They are not very much mature, they need your help, they need your guidance. So be visible and maintain interpersonal good relation. Maintain student interest by using actual material, charts, pictures, models. ये already discuss हुआ. Focus student attention. Use familiar language, familiar words. Stimulus variation वो मैंने आपको बताया. Movement, gestures, eye contact, change of voice, then oral weird switching, involving their participation and so on. Then previous experience. सुनील जी ने बोला कि जो है जो मैंने पिछले सेमेस्टर का पढ़ाया हुआ था इस टॉपिक के साथ लिंक होता है, तो उसके एग्जांपल उसको मैं ओवरव्यू देता हूँ. वंडरफुल. एंड इंडिविजुअलाइज रीइंफोर्सेस, क्योंकि हर एक स्टूडेंट की नीड अलग अलग होती हैं, उनकी नीड्स को आइडेंटिफाई करते हुए आप उनको रिवार्ड करिए. एंड बी फेयर इन गिविंग रिवार्ड्स एंड डू नॉट रिलाई ऑलवेज ऑन एक्सटेंसिव रीइंफोर्समेंट. शुरू में आप उनको जो है मोटिवेट करिए, लेकिन धीरे धीरे उनको इंट्रिंसिकली मोटिवेट कीजिए. And then be liberal in your appreciation. Wonderful, you have said very rightly. Remember names of your students and use the human touch. because after all they are also human beings. They need your help, they need your guidance. So these are some of the techniques which can be employed for inspiring our students. So thank you very much, and if you have any question, any query, you are welcome. Yes, if you have any question or any query. Yes,
Question?
any question? Okay then, so that's all for the day. So tomorrow we will have a session at 9:30. Thank you very much.